Totally did not have any music playing during any of that. Sorry, my bad. How are we doing? Welcome in. No, it completely intentional. It was meant for a moment of silent introspection where we could all think about the weekend that just passed us by. A moment of meditation, if anything. Everyone knows music distracts you from meditation. Totally not a thing. Checking your schedule. So you're no proof. No proof. Shouldn't have your work schedule set to auto share with Mahali. Too late. How we doing? Welcome in. Nothing's broken. Nothing's broken. Yes! Love to see it. Ooh, Squid with first place. You love to see. Squid. Gotcha. Alt. Welcome in. Hi, Kels. How you doing, bud? I saw a rainfall before as well. I saw a jade. Shampoo should be heading to bed. She hasn't already. Hi, Cherry. Hi, how you doing? Welcome in, everyone. He unironically dug up a dead body on Sunday. Oh. Hey, you know, we all engage in a bit of, like, I've played Skyrim. There's a bit of necromancy in that. You a Tumblr Bone Witch? For archaeology forensics class. Hey, it's kind of cool. Like a burial site specifically. Back to your TXKO grind. Good luck, good luck, good luck. New character came out, I think. I am subscribed to a few fighting game YouTubers, just because I'm tangentially interested in that scene. And I did see it blowing up about like, oh, new 2XKO, blah blah blah, whatever. Hi Phil, how you doing, bud? Welcome in. 2 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. sessions of Tiki Holes for each. Yeah, cool. Hop back onto it because they released Thresh, who's one of your favorite League characters. He's really fun. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. I probably will look into 2XKO, not to play it, but I am intrigued by it for two reasons. One, because I've never really looked into tag team games, just in general. Two, there is no risk of 2XKO having featured guest characters. It's just not going to be a thing because it's all within the universe. Hey, you know what? If they get me with 2XKO, if it's like pranked, I don't know, Mickey Mouse is going to be in 2XKO, that's on me at that point, you know. Fool me 5 times, whatever we're up to at this point. Hi Billy, welcome in, bud. How you doing? Got to use the mines we dig up to determine how your guy died. Already determined their age within 5 years, gotten their birth gender and other details. Cool. Finishing work, be around later? Yeah, look after yourself, bud. Do what you got to do. Did we have a good weekend as well? I should probably ask. I played D&D yesterday. That was fun. For those who are not aware, I run a D&D game. I am the DM. I am the narrator. We're 9 sessions in at this point. 10th will be in a couple of weeks from now, which is super, super exciting. 10 sessions tends to be a dreaded milestone because by the 10th session, if there are problematic dynamics within the group, around the 10th session, that's when it really starts to crumble. But I'm not getting that sense at all. Not getting that sense at all. All of my players are enthusiastic, and super engrossed in everything that's going on at the moment. So I've got no sense of we're on our last legs or anything like that. D&D was so good. I'm glad to hear. should have stayed longer before you dropped out your own business major. If they meant archaeology on the side, it'd be a good time. It's one of those professions where if I'd gotten into it early enough, I think I would absolutely rock something like archaeology. I think that would be so much fun. Too late though. My obsession has already been established. That'd be more enthusiastic if I invited you. Sorry, but it's already locked in. As I've mentioned a couple of times, my intention is to run a couple of games, and then once I've gotten through a couple of things, I do intend to start running a few one-shots for the Tavern semi-regularly. It'd be quite fun. You had Vampire the Masquerade yesterday. Still kind of sucked ass. Oh, sorry to hear, bud. Were there highlight moments? Were there elements of some players being engaged? Other things that you can focus on outside of maybe one player's attitude? But yes, I'm quite happy with how last session went, specifically because I've had a problem with combat in the past where whenever I run combat, I have this tendency to pull punches a little bit. Either pull punches or just design it a little bit meekly to begin with. And not to say that I run combat particularly poorly, but I feel like when stakes should feel like they're at their highest, I'm not very good at making it feel like the players are really, really, truly threatened. But the previous combat went really well. Really, really, really well. I'm not going to credit this as this is why it was successful, but this speaks to the success of me pivoting how I approach the combat. It's a very wordy way of saying at different points during the fight, every single one of my players went down. But I trusted in the fact that they have built their characters in a robust way that allows them to... I know how they've built their characters, so I trusted in how they have built their characters to be able to support each other, pick each other back up, keep fighting, reposition, make decisions to like push through to the victory. And they totally pulled it off. I have in the past, when a player's gone down, have sort of made sure that the creature doesn't keep attacking them. I'll dust it away as no, like you're unconscious now, so the creature would be satisfied with the fact that you're unconscious and would go on to the next. No. In this combat, the creature had 3 attacks, knocked out a player on the second attack, and then attacked them again for the third attack, just in their frenzy. Which led to a death save throw fail and everything, just because that's how it would play out, and I didn't feel squeamish about it. I'm glad that I stuck to the deadliness of the combat that I'd intended. Hi Morph, how you doing? Hi Nyla, how you doing? Welcome in. It was downtime, 1-to-1 sessions. You had a lot of solo scenes, but people were just disengaged. To be honest, you were too. Feel like you got to step on eggshells around? I'm not there. I don't truly know the dynamics at play, so I can't speak to any of that. I tend to find that my players disengage a little bit whenever there is a moment of just putting all of the spotlight on one player. I try my best to not to say that you're not doing this, and I'm not saying that this is the problem. I try my best to, whenever there is a moment like that, I'll pause the moment a little bit in. So something along the lines of, you walk into the shop, you look around, you see a few items of interest, but a trident in particular sort of gleams on the windowsill, and you start approaching it. Before you actually get to the trident, let's hold there for a moment and then go to somebody else. And then I keep everybody sort of pushed along at around the same rate. I don't spend too long on the one player. But it sounds like the dynamic at your table is a bit more complicated and messy. Got a doctor visit today. Gonna miss part of the stream. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. You won't miss much. I'll pause the stream. I'll pause the stream when you have to head off. No, as I said, like it doesn't sound like that's the problem. It doesn't sound like that's the problem at all. Just talking. Yeah, of course. A little sleepy, just waking up. How am I feeling today? Good, but exhausted. Good, but exhausted. I ran a 5-hour D&D session yesterday. And I woke up this morning in a paralyzed state. Not actually, but no, it was a bit rough first thing this morning. But we eventually got the motor running. Feel that? Yeah. I just need some time after something heavy like that, you know? Did we have a good time there? Yeah, it was a really good time. I'm going to describe things and then I'll go through and clarify. It's the deadliest D&D that I've ever run. Where it very well could have been the case that a player died during the fight. It got to the point where one of them had failed 2 death save throws. Another one had failed 1 death save throw. They had burned every cooldown that they had under the sun. Really pushed to their limits. But at the same time, they were having a lot of fun. There were a lot of moments of them being pushed to make really important decisions, both tactically and thematically. Like, this guy is clearly in a state where he's basically going to sacrifice himself if we don't do something. Or also, I've got this really powerful spell that I can use on all of the creatures in front of us, but it's going to clip the guy who is like mentally unstable due to some of the magic that's been happening in the area recently. So I'm going to have to clip him, and then something might happen because like there was a lot of interesting decision making that needed to take place. So it was both gratifying, full of tension, and super satisfying at the end. Lots of really cool scenes. Time for you to go back to work. Please pause stream for 3 hours. Noted. When you come back, alt will be at exactly this point, I swears. That's a satisfying fight though. Yes, that's what I've come to understand, is that fights aren't satisfying unless they, in the same way that puzzles are not satisfying when you immediately just know the answer. It's like, oh, well, I just step on the blue tile. If I step on the blue tile, then the door opens. Okay. There's no moment of engagement. Whereas if in a fight, you're pushed to use all of your ability, well, not necessarily all of them, but you're pushed to use some abilities in an interesting way, or you're pushed to think about what you're going to do during your turn, because if you make the wrong call, maybe the fight goes in a poor way. Like, for example, I'd say in this fight, if they didn't kill the creature on the turn that they did, things could have gotten really bad. And it was that sense of we need to do this that really pushed them through at the end. And it was no, they had massive grins on their faces the entire time. Love those in your games? 100%. Discovered a channel on YouTube that makes you laugh so hard. It's called Wizards with Guns. Basically parody true crime interrogations in fantasy setting, and it's hilarious. There are quite a few D&D channels that I found semi recently that my go-to preferred D&D content on YouTube is like, how to explain, like informative content, I guess informative content. where it's either, hey, this is how I recommend that you deal with situations, or it could be something along the lines of, hey, here's this cool thing that I've thought of. Maybe you might want to consider it for your game. Like little things like that I kind of put into my Batman utility belt for when I play. That pointy hat is a really good one. Bob the World Builder. I've never actually said their names out loud, so this might take me a second. I think Flamey the DM, I think, is one of them. Ginny D, obviously, all just really, really, really good examples. The dungeon dudes. What were they fighting? They were fighting a gigantic rat. Let's see. How would I explain it on canvas here? Let's go over to this little corner here. The tokens for the rat looked like this. So they were this size. The rat was made up of 4 large tokens and would move around like a snake. It was a giant plague rat that had like bits of its face. This is full on as a description, so apologies if you're eating. It had bits of its face missing. Its pelt was made up of other rats on its back that it was constantly sort of depositing into the arena throughout the fight. And it would barf up like plague toxin basically every few turns. Once they it had a whole bunch of legs as well. It was like a rat centipede combination thing. It was full on. Once they got it down to half HP, it split in 2. Its bottom half created more rats and then sunk into the water that it was fighting in. Its top half doubled in speed and gained an extra attack. And that's when it became rather deadly because people were getting essentially rushed down and chomped to death. It was absolutely terrifying. And then I suppose for flavor's sake as well, whenever it would scream, it would sound like 1,000 rats all screaming at the same time, discordantly, like all off key, off note, all like with jarring tones. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. Rather deadly, incredibly so. Love their On Your Orbit 2 AM videos. Yep. That's just a caterpillar. Kinda. Such a cool design. It was fun. It was very, very, very fun. I was gushing to one of my players afterwards when I was decompressing that I just really love that tabletops give you initial structure. They give you the initial structure. They go, okay, this is kind of how the rules work. This is how the rules work. But if I then want to go ahead and make something insane, I absolutely can. There's a degree of experience that you kind of need in order to make it still work within the system. And I did do weird things with it that I didn't know would turn out well. But I'm glad that it did. It was a lot of fun. Be crying and screaming throughout that entire fight. It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. It was in like an underground sewer network. But they'd come across I won't go into detail because I haven't explored this area too thoroughly yet, but they came across what appeared to be like an old world section of the sewer. One of the players gave the example of Rome is built on Rome is built on Rome is built on Rome, where you've got the different layers of ruins underneath each section, and it felt almost like a really intricately carved stone sewer temple. It was very weird. And the actual fight itself took place on the surface of like a big Olympic-sized swimming pool, basically, that was filled with gunk. It was a cool setting. It was a cool fight, and they did really cool things. Like, honestly, imagination is the limit. Exactly. Sounds really fun. It was. They had brought along somebody that they'd fought with the previous session, who was basically corrupted by the rat in a way. I won't allude to anything more than that. Who absolutely pulled through for them and everything. So there was a lot of both combat and then interacting with NPCs throughout the fight as well, which, I don't know, it felt, my belly was full. It was a tasty meal by the end. I tend to find that tabletops are at their best when mechanics are being considered, but you kind of forget that you're in like a structured fight while it's happening. Obviously, you're in initiative, you're waiting for your turn and that sort of thing, but you kind of forget like, oh, I need to do my attacking, and then they're going to do their attack, and then I'm going to do my attack, and blah, blah, blah. It's less about that and more about what are the ramifications of my actions in the combat, you know? Hi, Kaita, how you doing? Welcome in. All in all, had a good time. I still really want to... I'm not sure if it's something that I would continue to do, but I've got at least a couple of YouTube somethings in me of I've played D&D for a while, and here is what I've learned, you know? If nobody watches them, whatever, I've purged them from my brain at that point, you know? You designed this Bloodborne Reborn looking boss, who's a monk turned vampire who was experimented on, turned into some weird agglomeration, there we go, of flesh, bones, and skin. Love creating sex. Of course. It's my favorite thing. I think I have a flawless record of, not necessarily execution, but I have a flawless record of implementing strange creatures as final fights in all of the games that I've run. I don't think I've had a conventional end fight in a very, 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 very long time. They're just fun. They're fun. It feels more meaningful, I feel, if you're fighting against something that could only exist because this is the story that you're telling, you know? Need to paint it because you really want your players to be freaked the hell out. So when you say that you've designed, as in you've printed a mini? Hi Zero, how you doing, bud? Welcome in. 18's not bad. Not bad at all. How you doing? How was your weekend? Play online. Just got to paint the sketch now. Ah, right. Okay, so you've made an illustration for them. That's sick. That's awesome. I'm hot. Your weekend was hot. Yeah. Sorry, bud. As somebody who hates the heat myself, I completely empathize. 110 Fahrenheit, 60% humidity. 110, what would 110 be in Celsius? Is this a concept for now? You'll share when you've decided on concept? Sweet. I would be keen to see, but at the same time, if it's something that you just want to keep for you and your players, I'm more than happy to respect your privacy on that. Please don't feel obligated. Approximately 43. Oh, spicy. Spicy weather, spicy weather. How much hotter than the usual is that? Because here's the thing, I tend to find that heat is such a relative concept, because I'll say something along the lines of, oh, it's quite nice today, it's only 22. And then somebody from the UK will be like, 22? God blimey. Sorry, 22. That's way too hot. How could you even survive? And I'm looking at them like, really? 22 is too hot? 22 is too hot? But then at the same time, somebody who lives in the Sahara, I say like, oh, it's a bit spicy today, it's a 38. They might look at me like, oh, what's wrong with you? It's more like 43.3 recurring. Okay. Thank you for your accuracy though. I'd love to see early sketches as well. Yes, 100%, because then you get to see the progression of it, you know? Growing up, you barely saw above 14. That's the thing, right? That's the thing, is if 14's the regular, then 25 is blistering, you know? Don't mind sharing at all. Don't think you'll get reaction from your players that you'd like. Don't really get the amount of work needed to create a piece of art because they aren't artists, so their reactions usually kind of lukewarm. No, I get what you mean. I had the same thing when I was running the game that started my stream, because I used to make D&D illustrations on stream. That was like why I started, how I started. And I get exactly what you mean, where you'd show the players and they'd be like, oh, cool. But I spent like 2 weeks on this. I spent 2 weeks on this. Cool. That's the, okay. It's not on them either, because how are they supposed to know? But so yeah, no. If you want bombastic reactions, send them my way. In the UK, yeah, yep. Unfortunately, cooler by the end of June. It'll get to 48. Oh yeah, no, it'll really spike then. Pretty average for your summers. Yeah, fair. So you operate around the same sort of temperature spikes that we do here. I'm pretty sure it gets even hotter in the middle of Australia, but most people don't. Most people live on the coast. Wind tunnel to the North Sea is a valley. Rain goes sideways generally. Oh, good lord. Why am I getting hit from the side? Yeah, no, it gets a little bit like that. We have to actually start angling the umbrella downwards to block the rain. Yeah, I completely understand. And all I get is, cool, exactly. In fairness, the states in the US you live in, the state in the US that you live in is also holds the record of the highest recorded temperature on the face of the planet. Yeah, no, that would do it. Just thinking of 30 plus, 40 plus is unlivable. I concur with that. Whenever it is 40 plus, all I want to do is lie down on tiled bathroom floor and do nothing. But sometimes that is not an option and I have to keep going about my day. Ugh. Did you know, little known fact, Mahalis are actually made out of ice. Mahalis are actually mostly made out of ice. So when it gets too hot, Mahalis tend to perish. It's quite tragic, but it's the way of the world. Death Valley, California holds the record of 60. 60 is spicy. A good 10 degrees over what I think I've survived like 52, 53, but 60 is no, absolutely not. Went to Rome, melted quicker than your ice cream. Rome was too much for you. Oh, good lord, good sir. You, no. Try and stay in that upper Arctic circle. I think anything further down, and you'd melt like a popsicle. If you have a choice between plus 30 and minus 30, you choose minus 30 every time. I would minus 30. I probably wouldn't agree with minus 30. Minus 30 is too cold for even me. Like, I think the coldest I've been in is minus like 15, and that was spicy. I think double that in temperature drop would be too much. I think I'd go with plus 30. They're such an endangered species. Happy we have all joined this Mahali sanctuary. I rattle on my cage occasionally, but then I figure out that it's actually quite nice in here. Your dad thought it would be a genius idea to go on vacation in Death Valley once. No, though. Herbert knew. Absolutely not. It was miserable because the pool at the resort couldn't have chlorine because it would gas in that temperature. So it was just salt water. The water was between 38 and 40 degrees on average, so it wasn't even fun. I mean, that's a warm pool. Some people would enjoy warm water like that, but not in warm temperature. -10, -20 at Christmas. UK Northeast way back when. Yeah, yep. One year when I was in Greece, we jumped over to I think it was Switzerland. I can't stress enough how insanely cheap you guys have it over there in terms of travel. Because like, if I want to travel the same distance here, I'm going from one city to a small town. That's the kind of distances that I'm traveling in order to get from point A to point B. Over in Europe, you go from a big city to another big city in a different country in the same amount of space traveled. It's I'm extremely jealous. But yes, we spent a little bit of time in Switzerland, and that got spicy cold. That got spicy cold. Lots of snow though. That was cool. To be honest, -15 and -30, it doesn't feel that much of a difference, depending on the climate, of course. You had days you go out for runs with the dog in 0. 0 is not too bad. I'm quite happy between 5 degrees and -5. -5, you need to be in the correct attire, like you need to be wearing like a big jacket and stuff. But no, I'm doing well in that kind of temperature. Hey-oh, hope stream is going well. Concur with being jealous of Europeans and their ability to travel. It's criminal, Liv. It's criminal. For the sake of their own safety, we must confiscate the entirety of Europe so that everybody else can have a go. You know? Let us line up. Let us line up for the rides. Ugh. It was not a pool. It was just a really big hot tub. Yeah, because the water was boiling, so that kind of emulated the jet streams. Yeah. You're pasty, whiter than sour cream, Norwegian descent, and born in the ice and snow. You ain't built for heat. Yeah, no. I've the color temperature in this room is a little bit warmer. Like this light has the brightness of 1,000 suns is a little bit on the hotter side, so you don't really get the sense of how pasty white I am. Remember in Frozen, remember the movie Frozen, where at the start little baby Anna is knocking on Elsa's door and she goes, "Do you want to build a snowman?" She was talking about me. They were talking about whether or not they wanted to construct me, and then they did by the end of it. I was that really funny character with the carrot nose. It was a good time. I do quite well in merchandising. You did premature interrelation. Meant runs in -20. Ooh, no, absolutely not. That's spicy even for my standards. Anywhere between -10 and 20 degrees is your ideal comfort zone. That's comfortable. That's like a good widespread. No, I'd agree with that. Am I Olaf? I mean, who's to say? I'm contractually obligated to not confirm nor deny what my identity is. You knew it was me. I mean, you've always had a knack for these things. I can't hide from you. But also at the same time, legally obligated. Streamers I love be happy. Why aristocrats were said to be blue-blooded. No, is it to do with temperature? Or is it in a completely different direction? Was that a misdirect? How you going, by the way, Liv? Sorry, I was getting carried away. How you doing? How's your weekend? How am I feeling today? Chatting, Mr. Streamer? Yeah, Mr. Streamer's doing well. I had a big long game of D&D yesterday, ran for about 5 hours. Although I've come to understand that that's not the upper limit of D&D sessions. Noctua's games apparently go for, they're not running them, but they play in a game that goes for, on average, 10 to 12 hours, which is just insane. I wouldn't be able to run for that long. Their DM is a madman. But yeah, no, went for a long session of 5 hours. And it was really good. Super full-on combat. The deadliest session that I've ever run. But that's good for me because I usually pull my punches quite a bit. But no, super high stakes. All of the players went down at one point during the fight. One of them twice. But they had big smiles on their faces the entire time, and they let me know that they had a really good time with it. Hello? March, hi. You're doing a thing. It's a raid. Welcome in. How you doing? Doing a thing. Batata, welcome in. Midnight, hi. How you doing? Welcome in. How'd you go? Undertale. Hey, that's a game. No, that is a game I haven't heard of in a very long time. It's not true. I've wanted to play Undertale for a while now. Here's the thing. I wanted to play Undertale, but I technically know what happens in it. I technically know what all the twists and turns and everything are. Would I still enjoy it? But yes, I hope you had a good stream. Sorry, before I get monumentally distracted. Welcome in. If you've got to raid and run to look after yourself, if you've got to go eat, drink, sleep, decompress after a long stream, anything like that, please sort yourself out. I don't want to get in the way of you looking after yourself. But if you want to hang out for a little bit, happy to have you. Lars from the past, 100%. I love the music of Toby Fox. He is incroyable. Just not the genocide run because it meant to be boring and horribly unpleasant to do. I probably wouldn't do it anyway. The only temptation to do that run would be all of the amazing music that takes place on that branch. Although I won't speak about it too much, given that we don't know what we don't know how far through the game Rabbit has gone. Weekend was great. Went to a book launch for a friend and spent the rest of it hiding inside of how cold it was in the mornings. Yeah, fair. That's super exciting. So your friend authored a book and they had a launch. That's sick. That's awesome. It was actually two things. First, they intook way too much silver due to literal silverware, of course. Yeah. So their skin was turning a little bit blue-grey tinted. But the other reason was they were so pale due to the fact that they're not working in the fields. If you look at your pale ass arms and look at your veins, they're blue. Yeah, no, that's fair. I can see the connection. The nose, those eyes, must be blind. Sorry for not noticing earlier. Harleth, you're fine. You're fine, you're fine. You did piece it together. I'm proud of you. Use the powdered lead on their face also. Yeah, that would be it as well. You already do too, but you're still having a good time. Would suggest playing it before Deltarune if I do. Of course, because even though Deltarune isn't technically a sequel, it's like a spiritual successor, right? It still takes place within the Undertale universe. Help you with 3k points so you can request something naughty. Oh no. I do reserve the right to decline 5-minute scribbles if I determine that the prompt is not something that I'll do. That's not how commissions work. You don't go like, I've met your asking price, therefore you must draw butts. You must draw 1,000 butts. Thank you for the follow, Rabbit. Thank you. Before I forget, let me quickly. I would quickly give you a follow. That way, if I can't promise anything because I need to be realistic. I have a tendency to stretch myself thin. So if I get an opportunity to swing past and say hello, I absolutely will. And I tend to do little lurkies in other streams while I'm working during the day. So I'll, if the stars align, I'll come catch up with you. Gonna be 5 minutes. It's not gonna be a scribble. Oh no. 1,000 butts might be fun to draw. Far too inappropriate though. You are right. It would be kind of fun. Just this once. Appreciate the follow. Don't feel obligated. The art streams as well. Ooh, nothing this beautiful. No selling yourself short, but no, cool to hear. That's awesome. If you've got any artwork that you'd like to share, by the way, when people raid in, they are allowed to share a little bit of art tax if you've got anything on hand. Enjoy your lurk, Kals. Enjoy your lurk, Katya, as well. Playing games today, so no art attacks, unfortunately. Maybe another night. For sure. No pressure. I'm keen to see, though. If you want to, again, entirely up to you. On the Discord for the Tavern, we've got a section where you can just freely share your art. So if you've got anything that you would like to, from your previous work or anything like that you want to post there, completely available to do so. Good time for you? Enjoy. I'm keen to hear about it when you get back. For those who are not aware, today is officially my first day attempting a 5-hour stream. We'll see how we go. I am not necessarily committing to 5 hours. We're testing the water to see if it works. If it does, the intention is to eventually build up to 6 hours. But I also need to be realistic. If I burn myself out in the process and then skip 2 weeks of stream, it's not helping anyone. Stay on target. Stay on target. 5 hours. Yeah. It's going to be fun. Found a cheap little creature collector game inspired by Generation 1 and 2 of Pokemon called Dokimon Quest. Ooh. Cute little critters. Got a really derpy looking frog and is so far your favorite. Cute. I've been seeing a lot of channels recommended to me on YouTube that do like homegrown Pokemon designs and stuff. So it'd be something that I'd be interested in doing at some point. Is that kind of cutesy creature design? It would be quite fun. 5 hours works. It has to work. We need the 24-hour stream. People are happy. We'll get there. 5 hours. Breaks and take care of yourself and good luck. Yes. I take little 3-minute breaks on the hour. Not on the hour. Every hour. So after an hour of streaming, I take 3 minutes, and then after another hour, I take 3 minutes, so on and so forth. And it's been treating me well so far. So hopefully, extrapolating that out to 5 hours should be fine. We'll see. That's why we're testing. We're testing the limits. Seeking where our horizon lies. What is at the edge of the world? Half-day stream is a long-time target. Okay. Kinda, yeah. What's my normal stream time? I have up until now, I built up from 2 hours to 3 hours to 4 hours. So I was at 4 hours. We're now trying for 5. Little incremental improvements. The last time I increased my stream amount was at the start of last year. And I was quite happy with how that went. I was a little bit, I'm talking openly. I don't care. Filter off. If I say inappropriate things, I apologize. I was worried that with the longer time, that would just be longer time of being lonely. Because streams were quite barren back in the day. Not as many people, which is fine. Not complaining. It is the reality of things. So I was worried that going from 2 hours to 4 hours, it would just become, I don't know, difficult. It would become quite difficult, but thank the heavens that wasn't what happened, and it's been going quite well since. Assuming that I did D&D mayhaps. Yeah, I just played yesterday. It was a lot of fun. I tend to run my games. I play occasionally as well, but generally speaking, I consider myself to be a DM. Maybe extend my breaks a little longer with longer streams. 24-hour stream end goal, right? I'll never leave, correct. We're just looping at that point. So the idea would be 24-hour streams. I'm being cheeky. 24-hour streams where for every hour I take an hour's break, and therefore I'd be a perpetual motion machine. I could go for infinity. I think that's how that works, right? As long as you get, well, I get more sleep in a day, just not continuous sleep, right? Probably fine. Uh, 3 minutes after an hour, really? Let me talk to my chief. Have a term here that monitor PC work has to be 5 minutes to rest for the eyes. I mean, that could be a thing that I eventually build up to, maybe. I'm quite happy with the 3 minutes at the moment. I'm not feeling exhausted at all. I promise. I swear. Even my eyes, my eyes aren't getting tired or anything like that. Have I ever thought of bringing a friend on to just have somebody to bounce off of? I've tried it in the past, and I probably will co-stream with other people moving forward as well. But I don't think for the full duration of the streams. It does help that nowadays co-streaming is a lot easier to do. It's basically just pressing a button and then it happens. But yes, no, it was good, but at the same time, I understand that my hours are a little bit more flexible than most. So where I commit to, say, 6 hours now, other people might not have that same time to spend, you know? A forever DM? No, not a forever DM. DM by choice. DM by choice. I'm at my happiest when I'm running games. Wouldn't be quality sleep, so I'd eventually have to... Yeah. No, as I said, I'm being cheeky. I have that stamina at the best of times. Well, as I said before, I ran a 5-hour D&D session yesterday, and I dropped to catatonic almost immediately afterwards, and I woke up groggy this morning. So, no, I'm not Herculean by any stretch. Speaking of long periods of time, though, I am currently trying to come up with something to do for my 1,000 follower milestone. That's I keep getting reminded by Billy is on the horizon. I have no idea. I've got some thoughts. Hey, buddy. I've considered things like what was the thought the other day? Somebody suggested to me the other day that I learn a new skill and I stream learning that new skill across an extended stream, and then potentially give away whatever I make with the new skill across that time. The example given was like crochet. That could be quite fun. Have a suggestion for 1,000 followers? Can you guess it? Yeah. The 24-hour stream. Without fail. As I said, the 24-hour stream is maybe a punishment if I can't guess the final package that's arriving mid-July. This will be different. Wait. There was a... There was a game that I looked up, I want to say yesterday, to check. Oh, no, I remember what I looked up. Here's the other thought that I had. This is cheeky, but I don't know. Maybe it would be interesting. Maybe people would be interested in this. It would be something akin to a 24-hour stream, but it would be me reading The Hobbit on stream, because I've wanted to read The Hobbit for the longest time, but I keep falling off of it. So I would just read it out loud on stream until I finished it. But I'm not sure if that's like a good celebration stream. I don't know. If it's not a skill I plan to continue, might be a better event to hold. Maybe that's the thought, right? Go big, go Lord of the Rings. This stream does not end until I've read the entirety of all 3 books of Lord of the Rings, and the Silmarillion, and the Hobbit. Good Lord, it'd be a good time. I'd explode, like I would burn up in the Fury of 1,000 Suns. My body wouldn't let me live it down, but it'd be fun. It'd be fun for some of it. You had the Hobbit read to you in class in junior school. Was it an enjoyable experience? That's a multiple hour, 24-hour stream simulation, you reckon? Might as well aim big. That's the thing, right? It could be something that I do across a couple of days, maybe? You hate how it's 1:30 a.m. and the temperature's still 30. Oh, yuck. Yuck. Do you have like a fan or something where you are? Only watch The Lord of the Rings every year, but never read it. Been looking for a good audiobook. Well, I mean, I won't even jokingly suggest that I would be a good audiobook version, but I don't know. It could be something we could look into. Maybe 1,000 followers, The Hobbit, and then we see where we go from there. Maybe 2,000 followers, we do the Fellowship of the Ring, not in one sitting. Good Lord. Enjoy your lurk, David. Loved it a lot. Other kids fell asleep. I mean, hey, it's just because they're not nerds. AC at work works great, but still, I mean, even still though, I get what you mean, the frustration. Took you a long time to properly read Lord of the Rings, 30 main characters. I think you were age 13. Properly wrapped your head around it all. Yeah. Wasted on it. That's kind of what I was alluding to, but I mean, they're children. They don't know that they're being stupid. Ugh, so mean, so mean. They'll learn. Yes, they'll learn. They will all learn. 24 hours reading. From a professional point of view, would not advise to do so. A few hours maybe. Don't want to damage your vocal cords. For sure. It would be a case of I'll dedicate the next like 6 to 8 hours of stream to getting as far through The Hobbit as we can possibly get. And it wouldn't just be a straight reading either. There would be reading and then me kind of going, did we really need to spend the last half an hour describing food? Just like little observations and chatting with chat and stuff like that. So it would balloon out into a multi-year thing, probably. I don't know. It was a multi-year. It was a multi-year process to get to 1,000 followers. I feel as though it's only fair. It would only be for like, I don't know. It would be across like a week or something. It depends on how long it would take. I'd imagine if the book usually takes like 12 hours to read, me reading it on stream would, I'd assume, double that. So I'd assume double it to 24. Reading, eating, painting. Sounds very comfy. Well, that's the thing, right? Is I feel like it's a cool, interesting way of celebrating 1,000 followers that doesn't stray too far from the usual. My only concern would be, because it is a narrative, if you weren't here for the start and you joined partway through, there's a feeling of like, oh. But at the same time, most, if not all people, are familiar with how The Hobbit kind of goes, at least. So maybe not the worst. Could make it once a week stream where I read out like 5 chapters at a time. Yeah, true. Good point. Yeah, who's to say that 1,000 followers needs to be like a one-time stream event thing? It could be something that takes place over, I don't know, a couple of days, a couple of weeks. Read about an hour straight the other day. Even that took a toll on your voice. Could definitely break it up with little sketching summaries of each chapter or something potentially. Well, here's the thing. I say this proudly. I yap like my life depends on it. I don't think I've had a single stream in the past however long that I haven't yapped for the entire duration. So I feel as though my voice is pretty well prepared, maybe. But you can shamelessly advertise your stream and get to 1,000 pretty quick. No. But I appreciate the offer, but it's not about like reaching the milestone. It's more about celebrating the people that led to the milestone, you know? Just getting good, I was going to say. Can't listen to audiobooks. The voice is so distracting. Need to read it with your inner voice and imagine it as you want. That's what I tend to find. I was suggested the book Dungeon Crawler Carl a couple of weeks ago, and the person who suggested it for me put on the audiobook so I could listen to it for a couple of chapters, and the voice was super distracting. Super distracting. But as soon as I got like a readable form of it, I powered through the first 3 books like it was flash paper. Should prepare for character voices. Might be more strained than I'd think. I mean, even still, we were playing Stray for the last couple of weeks. So we played for the first time 2 weeks ago, and then we finished it this Saturday. And there were lots of character voices in that. It's not too bad. I'll keep it in mind, though. I won't disregard the advice. It's not a case of like, pish posh, I've used my voice, it's fine. I'll keep it in mind. It doesn't necessarily need to be something that I bake into, you know, like, I will go for 10 hours reading, you know. It could be go for 4 hours and then my voice is getting a little bit tired, so maybe wrap it up there, you know. Only say that because you have a streamer friend who clocks off at about the same time I start. Always ask you for raid recommendations. I am always appreciative of anybody who spreads the word a little bit, but never something that I will explicitly ask for, and it's never something that I expect of you. It's not like go grab the pollen of the tavern and distribute it widely across the land. Thank you for the follow, Liv. Welcome to the tavern. Hope you enjoy your stay. lurk while you go for that walk you're procrastinating on, but you'll be back. Got to contribute to the 1K milestone. Of course. Thank you. I appreciate it, bud. Only reason that you haven't recommended me to him is because it was a huge gamer community. He usually tries to stick to that vibe. For sure. It's all good. All good. I really appreciate the offer, very much so. But it's not something that I'm explicitly. I very much so believe that once the quality of stream improves, I'll naturally sort of start trying to put myself out there a little bit more. But I feel as though there are more things that I can improve on first, you know? Big fan of art, and art style and direction is one of the biggest reasons for being so into games. Oh, clearly they have they have their priorities sorted after long game streams, because the art streams are great. Yeah, I follow quite a few. This is going to be shocking, but I follow quite a few artists on Twitch, and it's always wonderful to have so many options to just kind of lurk in when I'm needing to be productive. It's just nice to have somebody also there working next to you, even if it's not on the same thing. Quality of stream is pretty damn... please. Tavern style is a very nice and cozy stream. Thank you, bud. Thank you. I still feel like me as a streamer needs work. I fall over myself constantly, and I feel as though I bungle things a little bit. I have a tendency to feel awkward and sort of laugh my way through it, and it doesn't read too well, I don't feel. Actually recommended me for March's post stream since it was so relaxing. Yeah, really? Thank you. I appreciate it very much so. Thank you. One of these days, I will be able to get through a sentence without without doing that, without laughing. I get self-conscious. It's not as bad as it used to be. It's especially poor whenever I have to record something that I'm intending to use as a video. But still, it's a habit that exists that I want to squash. Cozy art stream? Yeah. Speaking of pacing yourself and taking breaks, though, it has been an hour, so I do need to take my 3-minute break. I'm going to get up and I'm going to do my stretches. I need to do my stretches. I recommend that if you've been sat for the past hour, get up, move around a little bit, grab a drink of water if you haven't already. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads in the meantime, so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls. I'll see you soon. Yabby. Stretch is done. Welcome back. Another thing really holding me back, I feel, is I'm so slow. I spend too much time yapping. I don't spend enough time trying to speed up my art. Finding a streamer identity that you can maintain, that fits the vibe when a stream is hard. Yeah. But at the same time, I don't want it to be inauthentic. I'd be fine with developing something of a streamer persona that is just me plus. Does that make sense? Me with a little bit more oomph. I wouldn't want it to be the persona of Bahali ain't quite cut the cheese, therefore I'm going to become Gary. I am Gary now. I like juggling. I like skateboards. Terrible example. So you get what I mean, though. I see a lot of examples of streamers who very much so sort of drum up their own bravado and become weird personas, not in like an endearing way, but in like a really weird ego fragile way. It's a bit weird. Like when an art streamer chats while they work, it's how you tend to conduct your stream. Usually have co-streamers help you keep conversation. I have, not to toot my own horn, but I've spent, this is a hell of a brag. I've spent a lot of time streaming by myself to no one. So I've built up a rock solid skill of being able to play ball with my own conversation. Not a training regimen that I recommend for anyone. Don't do it to yourself. Crickets are your friends for sure. Exactly. By identity, don't mean being fake. You mean just finding the vibe that you enjoy by balancing the content and chat or remaining entertaining or authentic at the same time. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that's probably the best way of putting what I'm aspiring for. Finding out exactly what I want my balance to be. And finding confidence in it as well. I am fundamentally not a confident person. I'm very much so an introvert. Very much so somebody who couldn't carry a conversation previously, at least with strangers. It's a skill that you're working on. It's a challenge. It's a challenging balance to find. Yeah. Yep. 100%. It's not something that somebody is just attuned to naturally. I don't know. Unless they've gone through really particular circumstances, I guess. You're back from gaming for a bit? You had a break as you're getting tilted? Yeah, that's fair, that's fair, that's fair. Welcome in. How's the project going, by the way, Squid? You said that you were going to start on... You had started on characters, but you were going to start on some more sort of like world building elements akin to spaghetti westerns. No, what are they called? The not creepypastas. I can't think of them to save my life. It's a term that I'm not that familiar with. It's why I keep forgetting it. The horror subgenre thing. Perfect example of seeing Mahali putting his foot in his mouth. Yeah, I eventually got there. I gestured roughly in the direction of, what are they called? Delicioso. No, not Delicioso. Stinky. You might be going backwards a little bit on that. Fair. It was clicking well. May we see that bell? Of course. The bell. The bell tolls. It wasn't clicking well. Yeah, fair. Can't type when you tilt it. Ah, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine. You're a stinker for metal. I thoroughly enjoy metal. I think my favorite piece recently, my favorite piece recently that incorporated metal. Let's see if I can quickly find it. Ugh, I've been working in a bunch of different files, so I don't have it quickly on hand. My favorite piece that I worked on recently that had metal incorporated in it was the Sleeping Dragon. Here we go. This one. I love shiny metal. I love shiny metal so much. Oh. Chef's kiss. Beautiful. Beautiful. Lurk for a little bit. Yeah, do what you gotta do, so. But yes, no, I thoroughly enjoy working with metal. It's a good time. Might be your favorite that you've seen from me yet. Thank you. Thank you very much. Lovely work. Thank you. Remember my magic items that was all metal and I hated it? I did. The problem that I had with the magic items that I used to make was that I would always make them in isolation. I would always pretend that they were in a void and there was no environment around them and they just existed or whatever. But that's not how anything in the world works. Like literally nothing. Literally nothing in the world works that way. So if I were to do them again, I would absolutely go through and simulate the environment that they were in their reflections. So even if they are in a void being depicted, I would still emulate, different light sources, different objects that they're reflecting off of, blah, 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 blah. Metal without environment is a lot less fun. Exactly. I would even go so far as to say metal without an environment isn't even metal at that point, because you're just working with reflectivity without the reflective bit. Hi Haz, how you doing? Welcome in. How are all nights and days going? Yeah, good. Had a good day today. Got a lot done. Had a good game of D&D yesterday that I ran. So no, I'm over the moon. I say all of that. I've recently gotten back into Destiny 2. Anybody who's familiar with the scene would know why. They've had their final update now, and the game has entered into an evergreen state. So no new changes, but they've left it in a really good spot. So I'm wanting to play it while it's in its current state. You too. Hey, nice. I have semi-jokingly mentioned that I'd be interested in potentially raiding with people. But at the same time, it's not necessarily something that I'll push. So if people are enthusiastic to play, I'd be down. But I won't force it. All the DLCs are so cheap. Yep. Well, here's the thing that got me back was no more seasonal content. This is probably an unpopular opinion. I don't care. That's the part of the course. I tend to have unpopular opinions. I never like seasonal content if it gets removed from the game. If you introduce content that I know is going to go bye-bye in a year's time, I have zero investment in it whatsoever. You've essentially told me you don't care about the content is unimportant, and therefore I similarly treat it as unimportant, and I just ignore it. I just don't play. But now that the game has stopped doing that, I am down to play ball. You'd be reminiscent not to get back into it, starting from square one. Yeah. Yep. Go. Don't even remember the last thing you did on Destiny. What did I do last thing? I know exactly what I did as the last thing I did on Destiny before I stopped playing. I tried out the second chapter of the seasonal echoes that came out after the final shape. The first set of echoes, like the first echo after the final shape was kind of with the final shape. So as I played that expansion, I also played the echo. As soon as the second echo dropped, and I was like, this is temporary content, and it's just a bunch of text boxes of people just making me go do fetch quests. I checked out so hard. And then I found out that there was a Star Wars expansion coming out, and I uninstalled. So yes, I remember what the last thing I was doing, which was the seasonal content and the thing that led to me uninstalling. It's a good take, very pro-consumer take. Well, here's the thing. I don't need games to be lifestyles for me, because art is my lifestyle. But other people might not have other cool things, like how to word this to not sound dumb. Other people might not have other hobbies that they are interested in after work, you know? Like, I want to get home and I want to play this one game. I want this one game to be the fun thing that I do, and that's completely fair. And if seasonal content for them fills in the drudgery of just playing the same thing over and if it's a case of, like, I'm looking for variety, I'm looking for excuses to play my favorite game, and seasonal content gives them that excuse, Godspeed, all the strength to you, and I'm really glad that it scratches that itch for you. That's awesome. But for me personally, I would prefer to play when there's content for me, and then once I've played through the content, cool, I'll take a little bit of a break. I'll go do other things. I'll play other games. I'll do other artworks. I'll do, you know, something else, literally anything else. And then once new content comes around that I'm interested in playing, I'll come back. The Star Wars content broke me though. As soon as it was literally Kylo Ren with literal lightsabers, with literally the Wookiee bowcaster, with literally stormtroopers, with literally the Death Star, with literally like Star Wars music playing and Star Wars sound effects happening, and literally AT-STs and literally speeders and literally Jabba's palace and literally, it broke my brain. I was not willing to play ball. Never understood content removal after a year, unless it's a bug fix. That's where I stand on it. I would be a lot happier with a slower, like a slower introduction of content, if it meant that it's permanent content that they've actually put time into that they think is good. But I was also an advocate for retiring Destiny 2 after it had reached capacity, instead of deleting things to make more capacity. Billy's probably incredibly sick of me repeating the same complaints. I'm sorry, bud. I'm not doing it on purpose. It's just brain. I'm about a quarter of the way through Dungeon Crawler Carl's 4th book at this point. I'm enjoying it a lot. It's a really, really, really good time. If you've heard somebody recommend that book series to you, add another name to that list because I also recommend it. It's a little bit dark. I would say it has dark comedy to it. It hits on sort of darker subject matter. I will say that there aren't any sort of like sexual exploitation anything to it. So if that's something that would keep you away from this sort of literature, worry not. At least so far that I've read up to. 1, that sort of thing hasn't come up, and 2, it doesn't seem like it is even flirting with the idea of introducing that sort of thing. The book's a good time. The books are a good time. Highly, highly, highly recommend. I always raise an eyebrow when it comes to fiction that's fantasy with a twist, in the sense that this is fantasy, but it's in the modern era, or this is fantasy and there are aliens, or this is fantasy and like this is the one character who's figured out how technology works or whatever. I always become a little bit skeptical when it comes to that sort of thing, but this series has done a really good job of making it palatable. It's quite similar actually to, if anybody's familiar with manhwa, which is similar to manga, but for South Korea. They're known as like visual web comics. Solo Leveling was a manhwa, for example, if you're familiar with that. Urban fantasy can work if they introduce it as such, yeah. Here's the thing, I'll even go so far as to say it can work if it's executed well, even if it isn't introduced as such, even if it comes as a twist, if it's done well, if it makes sense, if it's drip fed, if it's foreshadowed, that sort of thing. I feel like it can do quite well. It's such a cop-out answer. It's it's such cop-out logic. It can work if they make it work, but it's true. Big fan of I like anything when it's done well. Yeah, that's the thing, right? But it feels so dodoy, of course it does, you know, like this food is delicious when it's cooked well. It's like, correct, yes. Yeah. Next you're going to say pizza doesn't taste good when it's cooked poorly. Also true. I suppose to make it sound fair, I will say that by default, that subgenre doesn't work for me. But it can overcome that disadvantage by being done well. Do agree though, your favorite authors are your favorite because they simply write well? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'm never a genre purist in the sense that it won't be, if it's blank, I'm there, I'm reading it, you know? I'm quite a fan of thrillers. I tried reading something called The Changeling a little while ago. It's award-winning. There was a movie made about it. It is well received. Blah blah blah. Whatever. It was one of the most boring books I've ever attempted to read. I got a third the way through the book, and literally nothing had happened. Literally nothing had happened. It was just a day, like it was just a slice of life style story where people were just going about their day, and occasionally something slightly out of the norm would happen. And then it wasn't expanded on. No domino effects, nothing. Heckin' boring. Good language, character development, setting, plot, etc. Yeah. Good characters can do a lot of heavy lifting as well. Back from the walk, stumbled right into book talk. Perfect timing. Welcome in. I was whinging. I was having a whinge. To catch up to speed, I'm reading a series called Dungeon Crawler Carl at the moment. And I was saying that the subgenre that it exists in, which is pseudo-fantasy, where it's fantasy with something else amiss, is usually not my subgenre. I don't tend to like it that much. I tend to find it a little bit gimmicky, but they've done a really good job, mostly through character work, making it quite endearing. I'm quite infatuated with that at the moment. And I was saying similarly, a genre or subgenre that I do usually like can also get ruined by writing that I don't enjoy. And I was talking about The Changeling, which is a thriller book that came out heckin' yonks ago. That's quite well redeemed. It's quite well. It's accepted to be a book that is written quite well. And I read about a third the way through. Absolutely nothing had happened in the story, and I was bored out of my mind and stopped reading it. Is this Victor Laval or something? Let me have a look. Let me check for you. Victor Laval, The Changeling. Yes, it is. Don't get me wrong. If they're your favorite author, no judgment on my part. Simply saying that genre isn't everything. If it's written in a way that I don't jive with, it can break my love for a particular genre or subgenre. Book talk, yeah. Something slightly out of the norm would happen. Like the tea still being warm after 10 minutes instead of getting colder. Yeah, something really benign like that. I won't spoil anything, but it'd be something along the lines of, and then they never saw that character again. Or I found a clipping of a ticket to a movie that it didn't make sense that the person went to go see. It's just for fun. A natural 20 for fun is a good time. You read it? Didn't find it very interesting either, sadly. Because I was excited. I was excited for it. I was like, yes, it's been a while since I sunk my teeth into a good thriller. Like, I really enjoyed The Road, sort of more post-apocalyptic, sort of high tension, high bad feelings just in general. Really, really, really good, tense drama the entire way through. Had a really good time with it. I was looking for something like that. I did not receive that sort of experience whatsoever. Fantasy horror? I think you know one, but suspense isn't really your genre either, to be honest. That's fair. That's fair. All good. Sounds like it could be a good story about the Fae. Would have to really take their time to keep it interesting. That's what I struggle with. I don't mind stories that drip feed the tension. That's not my issue whatsoever. My issue was that they weren't drip feeding tension. They were drip feeding things. They were drip feeding events that didn't mean anything to anyone or anything. There's foreshadowing, and then there's just observing things, you know? Nothing wrong with not jiving with a book. Not every book can be everyone's cup of tea. That's the thing, right? Is I can swear by something. I can say, Terry Pratchett is the funniest author of all time. And then somebody else might go, I tried to read it, and it was just silly. It wasn't my cup of tea. I didn't find any of the humor quite appealing at all for me. The rules of the world were quite nonsense, and I didn't get a good sense of why anything was happening. Events without context make horrible writing, in your opinion? Yeah. There's a really famous Hitchcock quote. He's being interviewed by somebody, and he says, enjoy the lurk, miss. He says something along the lines of, two people are in a coffee shop and they explode. It's shocking. It gets everyone's attention for 5 seconds. You get a bit of a jump scare, but then you overcome with this sense of like, well, that happened. Alternatively, parallel universe, instead, you tell the reader that there's a bomb under the table and it's going to go off in 5 minutes. Then for the entire conversation that the two people are having at the coffee table, at the coffee table, incredibly tense. You're concerned the entire time. You are invested for the entire event. You're hanging on to every word. You're sweating profusely about the fact that they're not doing anything about the bomb that you know is ticking, like right next to their knees. And then somebody like puts their bag under the table, and you're like, oh God, do they notice? It keeps you invested the entire way through. I felt like the changeling, for me anyway, was they were setting up for the table to explode. I was just waiting around for it to happen. I didn't get any sense of anything that was building up to any event. I was just reading and reading and reading and reading and reading and waiting for the bomb to explode, and it never exploded, and they were just sort of doing stuff in the meantime. If instead, for me personally, my preference, if instead they had all of the life events happening, but they were a little bit more explicit as to what was being built in the background, or the bomb that was ticking in the background, something, then, maybe then at that point, like, oh my goodness, that character has decided to do that. Like, oh, well, I mean, if he does that, then oh no, he's going to be more susceptible to, and then, I'm thinking about how things are going to play out. I'm thinking about, like I'm screaming at the character, like, no, don't go in the room. It's things like, it has me more invested in what's going on. I felt no investment. Terry Pratchett is indeed amazingly fun, can confirm. I tried, a little bit of a tangent. I tried reading The Color of Magic. I read through the first, I struggle with anthology books to begin with. I read through the first story of The Color of Magic. I enjoyed it well enough. Read through the second story. It was fine. Got into the third mini story within The Color of Magic, and they were just making up rules of the world left, right, and center, and nothing meant anything, and I felt a bit floaty. But I've been told that, I think it's Guards by Terry Pratchett is like a little bit more grounded, has the comedy, but the rules aren't as wibbly wobbly. So I might give that a go next, just to, because I don't want to say I don't enjoy Terry Pratchett. I just didn't enjoy that particular book. That's an excellent analogy for how to write tension. The reader is a character too, in many ways. Yes, put me in the story. Don't just have me. Don't have me being a weirdo outside the house staring through the window. Like, I wonder when they're gonna do something. The tea's going cold. Those biscuits look delicious. Yeah, they're not eating them. Like, put me in the scene. Have me experiencing things. There's a bomb under the table and they still have a conversation. Run, you fool. Yeah, fly, you fools. So, well, that's me in the scene at that point, like yelling at them, like, get out of there. Anticipation only lasts so long, right? Like your body relaxes into it after too long. For sure. But by that same standard, the building of tension can only last for so long before you get the understanding that, oh, like it's we're on this train for nothing. Like there's no, you need little like delicious. You need little narrative payoffs every now and again so that you're being breadcrumbs through the story. It can't just be Douglas gets up for work every day. He has his cereal in the morning. He puts on his clothes because he was naked eating his cereal. He goes to work. On the way to work, he goes to a park. Like, if it's just descriptive of what somebody's doing during their day and nothing interesting happens, I'm tapping out. I don't like slice of life anime. They're boring, in my opinion. I'm glad that they're having fun in their life, and I'm glad quirky things are happening. But if it doesn't allude to like grand revelations, I'm kind of checking out. Stalker Mahali. Frick. You read Mort first. Really liked it. Never read Mort. Which is where I feel like maybe it's just the color of magic that was not for me. Tried Lords and Ladies, and the writing was playful. I love The Witches very much. There's where I'm thinking that maybe trying something else might be the play. Anticipation or tension building without a timely payoff kind of loses its punch. That's what I felt. I was down to play ball. Or I haven't touched the canvas in a little bit. I was down to play ball for the first, I want to say, fifth of the book. I was invested. Like, okay, we're establishing the characters. We're establishing where they are in life. And then there was a time skip where we moved to other characters. Okay, we're establishing the second set of characters. Maybe the first set of characters were important to inform how the second, they're not doing anything. Nothing's happening. They're married. Okay, that's good. They had a kid. Okay. Why are we here? What are we doing? You know? Top tier opinion. Thank you. I usually have terrible opinions. People have said Color of Magic is not where to start, which is weird because Color of Magic is technically the first book according to what I looked up. But hey, I mean, that might be the play then, is look up where people recommend that I start. And then here's where I'm in a bit of a bind at the moment. On Kessa's recommendation, I've started the Witcher series. Really enjoy the writing style. Writing style is playful, fun, love the characters, love how just interesting the world is. I love how interesting how the world works is, I guess. But then we hit a bit of a speed bump. The first two books are full anthology books. Mahali struggles with anthologies because similar to you can only have so much bandwidth with building up tension and stuff. I can only be so invested with starting and stopping. I feel like with the anthology format, I get invested for the few chapters that the story is taking place in, and then it comes to a close and I go, yum, yum, that was tasty. That was a delicious story. And then I put the book down. But because it's an anthology, it keeps going with another different story, and I kind of need to like ramp back up into investment. But here's the thing. I did enjoy the first book. I really, really did. But now I've got to kind of like, okay, I've got to build myself back up to throw myself into the second book. Like, here we go. I haven't quite brought myself to it yet. Just one more book and then it's a ride. Yeah, that's the thing that I keep telling myself is I got through the first book fine. I'll just have to do it again for the second book. And as I said, really enjoy all the characters, really enjoy all of the different concepts that are brought up. It's just, I do way better with a series where there's like a sense of continuous flow from book to book to book to book to book. We'll see. I'll get through it. I trust you. I know that once I get up to that third book, momentum will just fly and I'll binge them. Just getting to that third book is the problem. You struggle with anthologies too. Exactly how you feel. Yeah. It's a personal thing. It's a personal preference thing, you know. Because I know of other people who get exhausted reading continuous stories. So the thought of getting invested in a series that goes for 13 books or something is just like absolutely no way. Absolutely no way. I'd get exhausted like halfway through. You know, what kind of stamina do you have to be invested for that amount of time? I'm fine in those scenarios. I binged through the Cradle series. That's 13 books, and that was a lot of fun. But I also have to recognize that that's because that's just how I'm built. You know, I'm built to be. I'm built to hyperfocus. I'm built to hyperfocus and obsess over things. I'm not built for starting and stopping. It's like Stargate versus Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones is a ride. With Stargate, it doesn't matter if you miss the whole series. Yes, exactly. I tend to tune out of Monster of the Week style shows where it'll allude to there being an overarching story happening in there, but mostly they're just focusing on like the one thing in front of them for that episode. I struggle with that, and I feel like anthologies can kind of feel like that. I reckon I would absolutely destroy Game of Thrones. I'd read through the whole thing, but the fact that the series isn't fully written, and I get this sneaking suspicion. Don't believe me, by all means. If you're optimistic, feel free to ignore what I'm about to say. But I feel like Game of Thrones is never going to be finished. I feel like that's a story that's just never going to be fully written. So it's really difficult to get my foot through the door, knowing that all of that investment will kind of lead to nowhere. There'll be no kind of final payoff, you know? Same as Name of the Wind, yeah. Yep. I actually, you know what? 2 seconds. My chair will keep you company for the 2 seconds that I'm gone. I go look after them, have fun. Oh, it's freaking backwards. I started reading The Name of the Wind. I stopped reading for that reason, which sucks because I literally have the book and I enjoyed what I was reading of it. But as soon as I realized, like, this series doesn't have an end. And it's not even, I'm fine with starting books where they're not technically finished yet, like the series isn't technically finished yet, but if you can see that the author is quite proficient at finishing their books, I don't have an issue. I'm fine with waiting. It's just that feeling of I'm not going to get a conclusion. That's a pretty cover, ain't it just? It's great writing, but you'll never recommend it to me. Yeah, exactly. Thinking about reading Game of Thrones, the books are hype. Don't get me wrong. I reckon I would be, I'd have a good time with the Game of Thrones book, the Song of Ice and Fire books. It's just, it's that barrier of entry, you know. Can forgive him for not finishing it. Also, you might finish it one day. Nobody knows. Of course. And as I said, if you do have a more optimistic view on how that'll turn out, do not let me stop you. They're very good. Both Pixie and you are sad to not have an end. Yeah. Because that's the thing, is I've heard that it's like a paragon of world building. He's done a phenomenal job of building the setting and making it intricate and establishing all these really interesting characters and interactions that just have you so invested in, one, how things are going to turn out, but two, like how things are going to interact, you know? I find those stories fascinating, but I need that reassurance that I'm going to get a conclusion, you know? But you're also kind of okay if he's going to be writing stories for FromSoft. Yeah, that's the thing, right? I will never hold it against him either. I'm not one of those fans or would-be fans where I'm gritting my teeth with hatred that he's not spending all of his waking hours on the Game of Thrones books. Of course I'm not, because I haven't started them, right? I could imagine being a little bit more a little bit more put out if I'd been invested in the series previously. I'm glad that he's doing things that he's enjoying. These stones on the left side of the door frame are a little bit too bright for what I want, so I'm going to dim them slightly. Hopefully bake a bit of texture into them in the process. How are we doing, by the way, guys? I don't think I've stopped yapping this entire time. So if anybody has any news that they'd like to share, now would be the time. Does that sound interesting? Here I go again. Does that sound interesting though? Would that be fun if I did celebrate 1,000 followers with reading The Hobbit on stream? Would that be something people would be down for? The one thing that I'd need to figure out is how would I do it in a way that doesn't lock people out of being able to enjoy it. You missed that, but yeah, I told you I've been yapping for heckin' yonks. If it stays open, can kind of make it your own ending up in the end. Yeah, that's true. That is true, and sort of hopefully by then we'll have enough building blocks to kind of put together something that's quite satisfying. Mahali audiobook, yeah. The thought did cross my mind. I was trying to think of something that people would enjoy for the celebration of 1,000. And people have been mentioning it a little bit, the fact that they'd be interested in me doing an audiobook. I wouldn't be able to promise doing an actual audiobook, but this is, I don't know, something akin to it. Never finished reading the book. Here's a thought. I'm floating ideas. Feel free to jump in and be like, Mahali, maybe this instead. Just feel free to bounce off of what I'm saying. Here's the thought. I could spread it out over a week of like, this week's streams are going to be me reading The Hobbit until I finish the book. To celebrate 1,000 followers. Like, it's not a dedicated stream, it's this week's streams or whatever. And then so that people don't miss out. It could be that I re-upload almost the full VOD. Like, I'll go through and do some basic editing to like trim it down. But essentially release it as like a package of, I could even do like the one video. People do that nowadays. We'll see. Something like that, where I could upload that as like the celebration of 1,000. If people can't stick around for the full streams, then they at least have something cohesive by the end of it. You know. Probably not for you, but you don't let that discourage you. Absolutely go for trying new things. Thing is, won't be very interactive probably. No. That's the thing is. That's why I anticipate that it would take the full week, is because I would be chatting with chat basically the entire time. Audiobook requests? Never heard of it? Yeah, I know, right? You too? Sounds cool. Uploading the whole thing after? Yeah. No expert. Do be careful of copyright if it's a permanent vid. Not sure if Hobbit is public domain yet or not. It'll be something that I look into. it's not like my YouTube is monetized or anything, so I wouldn't be making any sort of profit off of it. Good point, though. There's something to look into. Yeah, maybe not like full interactive. I think I would need to just read for big long sections, because otherwise I'd never get through the book. But I think I would stop to chat with people between chapters. Maybe that's how I could do it. Is whenever there's an end to a chapter, we take a break for a little bit and just talk. That might be a way to do it. Would also make it easier to edit down to something that could be listenable later. But copyright usually doesn't matter if it's monetized or not. More so that it's public. Right. In terms of YouTube flagging it. I think letter of the law, it's profit only. But I think the way that YouTube does it, because they want to avoid any sort of complication, they'll stamp you down, even if it isn't monetized. But as a joke anyway, nowadays corporations can rob whole worlds and get away with it. But how dare you if you draw Nintendo characters? Yeah, no, I do find it a little bit rich. I do like how... shocking. I do like how D&D does it, in the sense that they've got a distribution license, so you can be like, yep, I'm gonna make stuff for D&D and I'm gonna make a profit off of it, and it's baked into the license to allow it. They have tried to mess with that a few times, but it's always held thanks to the community. They hate the OGL? Yes, but I love the OGL. It's great. It's cool that D&D has that. Makes a better community experience, you feel? That's the thing. I feel like getting rid of those is very short-sighted, because it's fan enthusiasm with the entire ecosystem of the thing that leads to, like, for example, I'd say that Pokemon wouldn't be nearly as popular as it is today if it weren't for the amount of third-party merch that is made. It exists in the cultural zeitgeist as prominently as it does because people make like custom Pokemon rugs, or like custom Pokemon t-shirts, or custom Pokemon sticker sheets, or custom Pokemon everything. Obviously they're one of the companies that tries to stamp down on it, but it gets through regardless. I feel as though if it were encouraged more, it would lead to better things. Within reason, right? Because you have to be careful. It's all well and good when you're championing that, you know, Pokemon just suck it up and be okay with people making merch. It's less okay when it's just like a little creator trying to get off the ground and somebody comes in and starts making merch off of them. And it's cutting into their ability to keep going with the thing that they're making. It's a difference of scale. Like, it'd feel a little bit icky, I think, if I found out that somebody was making It's Mahali Tavern t-shirts and selling them. You know? I think I would. I think I'd be a little bit upset. This is when I find out that that Kess has been running an operation this entire time. Not just t-shirts. T-shirts, mugs, golf bags, hats, handbags, everything. Mahali's Tavern. Betrayed. But yes, that is one of a couple of things that how did it spiral from there? That is one of a couple of things that I've considered for the 1,000 follower milestone. I'd be down to consider other things. I just haven't thought of other things that kind of feel fun and eventful. I could always be like, oh, you know, I'll draw a certain thing at 1,000 followers. I draw every day, you know? It doesn't feel distinct. You can stop hiding the fact that your It's Mahali pin arrives in the mail tomorrow. Freak. Well, what can you do? Pins! I wanted to do pins. Enamel pins are my jam. I started collecting enamel pins back when I would have been, let's see, 2004. I was 9, I think. 9 back in the day. I started collecting... Oh, this is so strange, but hear me out. Specifically, the Greek Olympic enamel pins. I used to collect the Greek Olympic enamel pins. I still have some. That's kind of what spiraled me in that direction. I will then go on to say, I don't really collect anything, but every now and again, if I see a really cool pin, I'll sort of, I'll be a little gremlin and I will steal it. No, I do pick up pins occasionally. What's gesagt? The German like infographic science YouTube channel released a pin for Halley's Comet that's relevant this year. And Halley's Comet exploded. You were 1? Yeah, you were 1. Look at you go. It's the most appropriate natural one I think I've ever seen rolled. Hey, Dawn Jade. I mean, you rolled a natural 1, but apart from that. You're a soothsayer. You are. Some of my favourite characters are doomsayers. You say the sooth. You did. You went, Dear everyone, in about 5 minutes, a lion is going to break through that shop window and it's going to chase me down and it's going to gobble me up. And then clowns are going to come out and start juggling fireballs. And then the lion jumps out, eats you. No clowns though, so it's all right. It's all right. You kinda called it. Be a little bit embarrassing, I think. If you're really specific with some sort of prophecy, and you got like 50% of it. I chuckle whenever I see prophecies that are the opposite end of it. See something along the lines of, in 3 days, the sun will shine and something good might happen to you. Okay. Sure. Oh, and then it happened. Piss off. Thought of a fun sentence today. You keep saying in your head. The number of mercenaries sent into the area left nary a mercy to be found. Oh, that's quite punchy. Quite poetic. I like a lot. Would you have something that you'd like to apply that sentence to, or is it just a fun mouthfeel? My friend did your friend did a print called 100% Accurate Horoscopes with entries like, oh, here we go. Here we go. Might use it in some writing. Oh, that would be good. Not to toot my own horn. Billy or Bottle, can you hear me? Sorry to call you out. Very rude, but what did I say yesterday when you guys killed the giant rat? I said something along the lines of you had successfully silenced the choir of chaos or something. Something like that. I was quite chuffed with. It was quite complete accident, by the way. Beware of unwanted crystal vibrations that will cause you to interpret something that somebody says in a way that they didn't intend. Ooh, prophecy. As it was said. Hi, Caleb. How you doing, bud? Welcome in. New business idea? Horoscope? Horoscopes. Telescopes that have scary monster faces written on the lenses to scare people who look through them. Yeah, no, I'll take a horoscope. Fantastic. You're doing all right? How am I? Doing good. Can't complain. I've got a few things that I need to get done this week, and I'm not confident that I will get them done. But I've learnt that the best way of tackling that situation is to put one foot in front of the other until it's done. So that's what I'm committing to. So yes, good and can't complain. This looks cool. Thank you. It's getting there. It's one of the last frames that I need to complete. Although I was thinking about it earlier today, there are quite a few that I need to go through and scrub up a couple of things. That's actually a good point. I don't think I've walked everybody through what I'm working on. Sure. For anybody who is not aware of what I'm currently working on, this will take 5 minutes. I'll quickly explain. I have started on the path of creating an animation for the start of stream so that when the starting soon screen is playing, it eventually ticks down, and then when it says like, and here we go, basically, a little animation will start. Something akin to the beginning of Avatar: The Last Airbender, where it kind of gives you a quick little synopsis as to what's going on in the world, where we are, what we do, that sort of thing. And I've started that process. We started with the storyboard that maybe I have quick access to. No, I don't have quick access to it at the moment, so I won't go digging for it, at least for now. I came up with a storyboard of things that I want to depict in the opening. I've now gone through and started rendering out different scenes that will take place in the opening. So like this is the tavern from the outside. This is like one of the biomes that it's going to talk about. This is the continent that said biome is not using that one, but yes, like general concept is it tells like a little bit of a story as to what's going on here in the tavern. Kind of gives you a foot in the door regarding the lore of the world and that sort of thing. And we're down to like the last couple of frames that I need to render out. And then from here, I'm not going to be rendering full frames for every frame. It'll just be like painting manipulation stuff, like blending tools and puppeteering and that sort of thing. Little particle effects and things like that to make it all blend together is the plan. So yeah, getting super close to the actual animation part of it, but I'm not super committed to it will be done by X time, just because I've had a general sense of how long it's going to take, and I keep taking too long because I spend too much time talking. So I've given up on keeping track of it. I'm just going to work on it until it's finished. I'm not going to think about it. Just going to have a good time. But yes, it's been another hour, so I do need to take my next break. I do recommend that if you've been sat for the past hour, you get up and take a break yourself. Go walk around, grab a drink if you're dehydrated, grab a snack if you're hungry. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads in the meantime, so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls. See you soon. Be happy. A little bit early, just a smidge, just a tiny little bit early. David, you were very fast in posting that clip. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's only me looking like a darn fool. Welcome back, everyone. How we doing? The time is kind of flying. For those who are not aware, I'm going to attempt to stream for 5 hours today. The plan is to trial 5-hour streams this week to see if I can work with that. We'll see. I anticipate that I'll be able to, but we'll see. That's why we're trying, you know, see if there are any limitations. But we're already 2 hours in. We're already 2 hours in. It's insane. Time flies when you talk non-stop about nonsense. It's not nonsense, but still. I'm hoping it'll go over quite well. Here's the thing. Every single time I've gone to increase my streaming hours, the word dread is not quite what I'm looking for. I've been apprehensive. We'll go with that. I've been apprehensive in the past whenever it's come to increasing my streaming hours. But without fail, and I do mean without fail, every single time I've increased, it's only led to good outcomes. Whether it's helped me become more confident on stream, or it's helped to get more illustrations done, or it's meant that I've gotten to meet all the people at different time frames, because when you change the amount of streaming that you do, you're lining up with different people at different times, you know? So I'm hoping I'm hoping that it leads to me being better. Trial and error, unfortunately. Because I think, I believe, for example, speaking of meeting people when I've changed my streaming times, I think I met Bottle pretty shortly after I went from 2-hour streams to 4-hour streams. I'm pretty sure, like, almost directly afterwards. You found that when you stream into the much later hours, you're able to interact with peeps in Europe and America? Yeah. The only thing that I'm a little bit conscious of is it does become prohibitive in length for anybody who would want to stick around for the entire stream. But I don't feel like I make it feel like you need to be here for the whole thing. Like I don't consider myself to be too much of like a FOMO streamer, you know, like, or if you know, tune out at this point, you're going to miss out on the event. Oh, it's happening. It's all happening. Oh my God. Prizes and I can't believe it. You know, I don't have that energy. You actually love the stream time? Fills a gap in your time zone perfectly? Yeah. It works for me as well. I feel like I'm at my most sociable. Most sociable around this time. And we'll see what the limits are, I suppose. Now we should potentially add cliffhangers to my stream. Yeah, of course. I'll make sure to go through and point to people and be like, Caleb, because you were here for the past 14 streams without fail, you get 3 Bumblebee points. You get 3 Bumblebee points, and you know what that means. Oh, that's exciting. Oh, that's incredibly exciting. I won't explain anything. Lost your 42 watch streak. Yeah, sorry, bud. I had to. Not exclamation mark Bumblebee. I had to turn them off. I was getting uncomfortable with the FOMO of it. I don't want it to feel like you are punished for not turning up the stream. I think that's horrible. Sorry, it's just my opinion. If other people work with stream streaks and stuff, by all means, go for your life. I have no issue with you running your stream however you want to. But for me personally, it felt weird and gross to have it, so I needed to turn it off. You can always watch a 2-second clip. I know. It irks me a little bit that it's still a thing, even though I turned it off. But at least now it discourages it a little bit. Not sure that you have a specific social time. Really? In terms of when your energy is at your most personable? That's fair. Circumstances are different between us, though, in terms of like responsibilities and stuff, I feel. So I can imagine. Sorry, I'm trying to be as vague as possible. I can imagine different events during the day could affect you differently and sort of sap your energy more. Lead to you feeling exhausted at times that maybe you'd usually have a bit more energy and things like that. Oh my goodness, Billy. You have like 5,000 Bumblebee points? You're on the cusp of being able to afford the grand prize. Exclamation mark, add Bumblebee points. He's done it again. He's done it again. The migraine persists. You fight through it for the art. Oh, sorry, bud. Speaking of Bumblebee points, though, I should probably consider, not that I don't trust my mods, not that they don't do a wonderful job, but I do try and increase the amount of mods that we have every now and again, just as the tavern becomes more and more populated. I feel like we're getting close to needing another mod maybe, which is exciting, but also I have to make decisions and I hate making decisions. The joke is funny until you started imagining adding the actual point system. Yeah, no, please, good Lord. We've spoken in the past about adding in another like point economy to the street. I hate the concept. I hate the idea so much. Hi Hannah, how you doing? How's the art going today? Yeah, good. I'm yapping something fierce. I'm not being very productive. But yeah, it's coming along. Like it's getting there. It's almost finished ish. I've been worried about taking too long on it, but I had a bit of a Joker moment earlier where I realized that it doesn't really matter. I could take however. I've always intended for this year to be like the year of Mahali, like building up the Tavern a little bit in terms of like how it looks and all the different features and stuff. So if I'm taking my time with features, it'll take however long it takes. I'm not going to rush anything. I'm just going to have a good time. I'm just going to enjoy myself. Cringing at the idea of enjoying myself. The golden recipe, 75% yapping, 25% arting. Well, that's kind of what we were talking about before, is trying to come up with what the perfect combination is, like what the golden ratio. Decisions are the flipping worst. Yeah, that's the thing. Called out. Yeah, but it does it. It's accurate though. Billy, you might not have been here before. I'm currently umming and ahhing about what I want to do for 1,000 followers. I've got one idea in mind and nothing else. I feel like I should float more ideas before I commit to one. You're fully gone? Yeah, completely fine. Completely fine. The one idea that I have to celebrate 1,000 followers is I dedicate a week to reading The Hobbit on stream. 24-hour stream, don't agree with for 1,000? Yeah, no, I don't think 24-hour stream. You heard that in the car? It's interesting. Yeah, I think it's interesting, but at the same time, I don't want it to be like the one idea that I have, and then therefore I agree to that because it's the one idea that I floated, you know? 24-hour reading stream. Good Lord. I can't talk for 24 hours, let alone read. Could you imagine? I love talking to chat. I do. If I want to read, need dedicated reading time. Yes. The thing that I had thought about was read for a chapter, then stop for a second, like catch up with everyone a little bit. I wouldn't go through and read every little bit of chat up until that point, but I'll stop to play ball for a little bit and hang out, and then on to the next chapter, you know. No water or breaks. Oh, good Lord. I'd explode. May as well pre-record that and just play it. I think it'd be fun to do it live, though. Andy Serkis, 10 hours and 25 minutes. Rob Inglis, 11 hours, 2 minutes. BBC Full Cast, 3 to 4 hours. Could be an interesting thing, to be honest. Oh, there you go. Gotta read it in Braille. I mean, I don't know. If I were a better human being, I'd be able to read it in Braille and also read chat simultaneously. But I just don't think anybody's brain is built like that. To be honest, I don't think anybody would be able to do it. How you doing, by the way, Ozzy? How was your weekend? Tried learning Braille. It's so hard. I tried learning sign language. No, that's too much info. I tried learning sign language. I won't explain why. And I got through the alphabet, I think. But even still, I think with sign language, different countries have different sign languages as well. So I don't even think it's the sign language. I learned a sign language. Got through the alphabet and was satisfied with spelling words out. It's such an inefficient way of communicating. ASL or BSL? I'm not sure. This was back in like 2007, I think. You know both. Is it distinctive between the two where the different fingers are your vowels? Because it was like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, oh, I'm surprised, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, I think? And then I'm a little bit lost. I'm surprised that I remembered that much. BSL? Ah, there you go, boom. You have NZSL here. Yeah, exactly. How it is all different, right? Auslan is based on BSL in many ways. Yeah. Australian Sign Language is the same as UK Sign Language, except it's done with tongs next to a barbecue. It's all context-based. It's important to understand, like, I see. This guy's Australian. I can tell by the fact that he's standing next to a barbecue. I can't hear the accent, but the accent is the barbecue. Um, 1735 down to 1406. Nice. Remember Toma's other streamers community piece they've done in the past, where they do an image of all the community members. Might be hard because of how many people are part of the community, kind of idea, might spur some ideas. Yeah, something like that could be interesting. I could draw all 1,000 followers. Brilliant. That'd be wonderful. Less ums and ahs than I think. Can't be possible. I'm an ah something fierce. It's my full-time job to I'm an ah. I just did it just then. I think BSL is the easiest. I reckon I would have been, what? Maths. I would have been 12 or something at the time. And I learned the alphabet pretty quickly. So it would make sense. If it's to help with adding bloody between each word. Going out and spelling out bloody. Ugh. Gonna have to work out how to send it back to for me to check. If you've got Google Drive, you could maybe hot potato it back that way. Discord, yeah. Perfect. Also keep the ones that feel appropriate. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Sound amazing. Also sound incredibly complicated. The 1,000 follower depicting all 1,000 followers. Yeah, no, it'd be quite full on. It was cheeky, cheeky tongue in cheek. It might be better to have it instead be you come into stream while I'm celebrating and nominate yourself to be added to it. Maybe we could do it maybe that way. Perhaps. I feel say to him, but you have a new art idea? Hey, cool. Subsequently, a new one-time redeem. Sick. Hi, Fields. How'd you go? How was stream? What'd you get up to? You were playing Jack and Daxter the Precursor's Orbs. I did see that. That's awesome. Believe it or not, first game that I ever 100%ed. I don't know why I chose Jack and Daxter specifically. I think I was just enjoying the collectathon nature of it. You know, it was a good time. How'd you go? How was stream? Hi, Wits. How you doing? Hi. Hi, Fire. How you doing, bud? Maybe draw anyone who pops into chat. Yeah, that was maybe the thought. Something similar to that. Have a deaf family member, so you had to learn. Something similar for me. Yeah, as I said, like I won't go into detail just to keep their I don't know, it feels weird to talk about them, but yeah. Like this. Ooh. Enhanced gamer state. Let's have a look. Oh. The movement though. Oh, it's all coming back. I can understand why people would enjoy speedrunning this game. The movement actually, and then don't you do the roll and dash as well? Oh.
I'm in my enhanced gamer state.
Yeah, you are absolutely in the enhanced gamer state. Because then you do the roll and then the like the lunge forward as well. Oh, the movement would be so satisfying in Jak and Daxter. Doing good. Got to go down nostalgia lane with your PS2 game of all time. Ooh. What's your favorite PS2 game? I got to know. Ah, right. Jak and Daxter. Yeah. No, I'm not that far behind you. Not that far behind you on the tired scale. Long jump, yes, sir. Well, I'm glad that, I mean, it sounds like you had fun. If you've got a raid and run to look after yourself, please do. I insist that you look after yourself first and foremost, but if you want to hang out for a bit, happy to have you. Yeah. No. Completely on me. No. You're in good company. Yeah, no, we're both sleepy. Don't mind me. Hanging out for a bit, then you're making dinner. Cool. Oh. Bit of a fish dog for dinner. Nice. Love to hear it. As silly as hot dogs for dinner sounds, I would absolutely destroy a hot dog right now. Do not even tempt me. I said don't. I would. It would. You know when the character, they come across the character and they're just like they're there doing their menial task by the side of the road. They're like, I'm farming or whatever it is, and then they confront the character and they've got that 1,000-yard stare. Just, what is it, man? What have you seen? I saw somebody do terrible things to a hot dog. Just absolutely destroyed it. Oh my god. I would have that effect on onlookers. Abe's Odyssey was your first game that you played to 100%. 3 discs on PS1. 3 discs, good lord. Yeah, fair. Did you have a particular reason why you went for Abe's Odyssey? Just like a favourite game of yours? Or... Good dang it, Twitch. Now you work? Wait. What do you mean? What happened?
You see, back in the day, PS1 games sometimes came on multiple discs because of the hardware limitations. The discs didn't have that much capacity. Could not contain that much data.
That's fair. Didn't want to send you messages? That's so rude. Censorship. One of those games with the bundle that your parents bought for you. Hey, yeah, fair. There's whistles. You got to. Hey, you just, yeah, you have to. It's half the fun. Making you feel old now. Sorry. No, that's fair. I was gifted the Cat in the Hat movie video game, as well as The Incredibles movie video game for the PlayStation 2 back in the day. And you know what? I played them. Not to imply that Abe's Odyssey is a game that you just play because you have it, but I understand the feeling of attachment that you get to games where it's like, this is the game that I got, so I played it. Hi Noel, welcome in. How you doing, bud? have to put in one, do half an install, then it'd prompt you to put in disc 2. That memory was very yeah, 100%. I think we had to do something similar with was it Chicken Run for PC back in the day? I think the Chicken Run game was maybe across 2 discs. I can't remember. Played the Bugs Life for PS1. Oh yes, excellent movie tie-in games. Famously good video game experiences. Abe's Odyssey was a game that you couldn't figure out, but enjoyed it on vibes until you were too stuck to continue. There are a few games from back in the day that just based on vibes alone, I want to give a go. Psychonauts is a big one. I really, really, really want to play Psychonauts because I've heard really good things and the aesthetic looks sick. Eepy, didn't sleep last night. Oh. Look after yourself. My recommendation to you is it's brutal, but it is a way of fixing your sleep, is to try and stay awake until tonight, and then go to sleep tonight. Try not to nap because it can lead to your sleep spiraling further, but you'll know what to do best. Take anything I say with a grain of salt. Incredibles is your favorite Pixar Soulspawn game. It's really good, right? Sims 2 was, if you recall correctly. Fair. Famously terrible. Yeah, I can't lie. Highly recommend Psychonauts. Well, based off of that recommendation, then I have to at least put it on my wish list. Psychonauts scared you when you first saw it, but you also but you were also like 8. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is it was the same with me and Ren and Stimpy back in the day. Ren and Stimpy Are Real Monsters was another one where the aesthetic kind of put me off a little bit. I Am Weasel, another one where Courage the Cowardly Dog, we got there in the end. All shows that aesthetically were quite provocative, I would say, is a way of saying it. But nowadays, I really appreciate them, you know? $32 times, good lord. Gonna be up until like 10, 11 tonight. Yeah, fair. Do whatever you gotta do to stay awake as well. Whatever menial task will keep you awake. Whether you know that like watching a particular movie, playing a particular game, whatever you need to get through it. It sucks. Sort of undergoing that kind of sleep debt isn't good for you, but what's even worse for you is sticking with like a really wibbly wobbly sleep schedule. I think you completed Michael Jackson the game on Sega Master System, but the Master System died before you could load the credits. Oh no! Wait, there was a Michael Jackson video game. That's even worse than a movie tie-in game, because at least the movie tie-in game, it's like based on the events of, you know, what's the Michael Jackson game? Is it would it just be like songs? Like a SingStar style of game, maybe? There was moonwalking. No. Moonwalking rhythm game. Good. No, good. I'm glad. Terrifying at the time. Yeah, 100%. Staying awake isn't very hard. It's just annoying. Yeah, fair. It was great. He threw his hat side scroll. Wait, what? It's a side scroller? The Michael Jackson video game was a beat 'em up game? So, okay, let me get this straight. There was moonwalking, you threw your hat. Did he do like a little power up thing where you go hee hee and like grab his crotch or whatever, and then like sparks happen or something? Gonna go, yeah, please do. Tell me. Like, you can't just allude to this and not. I must know. You remember this thing vividly? I feel like I've heard of most of the like really memey games from back in the day, but I've not heard of this a single time. Hey, you have the mental image in your head. Well, sorry, I didn't mean to, but like, Come on. A side-scrolling Michael Jackson game sounds insane. From memory, it's called Moonwalker. Right. Still. Literally a mix between old Mario and Mortal Kombat. Wait, of course it is, because I believe Michael Jackson was like famously into video games back in the day. Because he wanted to voice... what was the video game character that he wanted to voice? He wanted to voice... I want to say Knuckles the Echidna, but that doesn't sound right at all. He wanted to voice something. That's so funny though. Yeah, because then that would mean that he would then enthusiastically go into the photo booth to then have all of the sprites made. Interesting. Very interesting. It was like a funny dream. I mean... 3, 2, 1, back in the room. Welcome back, Phil. How you doing? We're talking about incredibly important things. It was on the Mega Drive, not Master System. It's of the era where it does not surprise me that it exists. What surprises me more is that I haven't heard of it, as I said. Michael Jackson Moonwalker? Yeah. Wait, you've heard of it too, Phil? Wait, what? Excuse me. How has everybody heard of this game except me? Played the arcade. There was an What? There was an arcade version? If I'm thinking Michael Jackson video game, I'm thinking DDR, I'm thinking SingStar, I'm thinking what's he? What's the dancing game that's big? I think nowadays, I don't think it's been big for a while. The Ubisoft one, but I'm thinking like dancing and singing games. I am not thinking of a side-scrolling beat-em-up Michael Jackson throw a hat game. Just Dance. I'm thinking of these kinds of games. Isometric. You turned into a robot with. Excuse me. What? It was just pretty cool, actually. Not really a Michael Jackson fan. Yeah, no, like obviously, like allegations, blah 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 blah. Like maybe not super comfortable. Even if he didn't do anything technically wrong, still not great. Michael Jackson aside, my mind is being blown right now. It was Streets of Rage, but with Michael Jackson. That's what I'm hearing. Been in the game scene for almost 30 years. As have I, give or take a few years, but still, like, as have I, but I haven't heard of this before. Here's a screenshot of that. Yeah, I need to see this. I need to see this with my human face. There he is. There he is. I was concerned that I wouldn't be able to identify where the titular Michael Jackson would be. My concerns have been laid to rest. He's right there. He's there. I could see him. It was amazing. You love this, Kate. I can see why it looks incredible. Well, that was around the time of the movie. Of course. Get ready for someone in chat to say there was a Resident Evil style game of Jack Nicholson. Yes, I'm half expecting it at this point. Metaler, so his music, whilst undeniably good, amazing music videos wasn't really your thing. Yeah, that's fair. Well, that's the thing is I appreciate Michael Jackson music for what it is, but it's just never really been my jam. Did it release on a system with a CD drive? If not, my Hollywood clearly not. I believe it did actually. From what I'm hearing, I believe it did actually drop on something that did have a CD drive. Stole many pennies from you? I can imagine. Hi Slink, hey Dumpine, welcome in. 60 is not bad. Tempted to buy it on a cartridge and stream it. It seems insane. This screenshot by itself is newsworthy. Rendering out a 720p version to send it. Yes, please. Thank you. D20 to fly. Oh, what the for? Sorry, bud. I mean, you're technically airborne as you fall into the pit. That kind of works, right? Chillin'. You're going to lurk? Insert the lurk. I like this. Okay, let's have a look. I'm usually a bit iffy about links in stream chat directly, but I'm invested. I have to. It's so well animated. It's so well animated, though. I was joking. I literally word for word said, wouldn't it be funny if he struck a dance move, went hee, and grabbed his crotch, and then sparks went everywhere? They knew what they were doing. That's all I'll say. They clearly had the right people for the job. You know, we need this in Fortnite. Oh, good lord, no. Billy suggested we use WeTransfer. Do the thing through that. Yeah, perfect. I've used WeTransfer before, and it absolutely works. You promise you're remaining topical? Yeah, no, I trust you. I trust you. Seen it, but my subconscious, I just, that's the thing, is it's one of those things where I'm not going to retain it. I'm not going to retain, it's so implausible. It's so implausible, and I haven't heard of it, is the thing that I'm struggling to sort of come to terms with. Brain created this image before he'd seen it. That's kind of what it feels like. Is I've sort of memed it into existence. It's like it can't be real. But that's the thing. Is I trust that you guys have recalled this thing as like a core memory. It is real. It's just it can't be real. It actually looks really. That's the thing that I'm struggling with the most. I would find it funny if it was something similar to, like E.T. I believe E.T. on the Atari or whatever it was, where it's literally just like loose pixel approximation of. I swear it's E.T. You're gonna have to trust me, bro. Version for Michael Jackson, but it's not that at all. It's incredibly well made by the looks of things, not just in terms of pixel clarity, but it's incredibly well animated. I just don't have words. I have a Mega Drive that has an HDMI port, which means that you'd be able to stream it. Do it. That would be incredible. Before I let it pass, Bottle, I just want to say like thank you properly, because I'm riding on momentum a little bit, so I just want to make sure that I'm not skirting past it without actually saying like proper thank yous. Would be so kind to pop you a DM with my email. That, yep, sweet, easy. Quickly do that. Okay. do. Ba, 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 ba. And then I sent a message to Bottle that just says ba 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 ba, because I can't type things and say different things at the same time. Been attempting sprite work again for the first time in decades with modern tools. That's the wonderful thing. I mean I mention this every couple of streams, but I'm so appreciative for all of the free tools for basically everything. If you want to get started, like is Asprit, sorry, or Asprite, I'm not sure how you're supposed to say it, but is that a free program? God, you love your internet, it's uploaded. Oh, good Lord, thank you. Pixie's out for dinner tonight. Didn't know what you were going to do. Perfect little task for you to focus on. I appreciate it, bud. Destiny is almost done downloading. Nice. Oh, you're getting into it as well, Aiden? I mentioned earlier in the stream that I'm getting into Destiny again. And I've mentioned in passing that I would be interested in playing video games with people if people would be interested. Pause to check. That's fair. Might be. Is Resprite on Resprite on iPad? Very cheap, like £8 or something. Yeah, fair. Regret ridiculously cheap. Oh yeah. Well, it's so accessible. Because back in the day, it was Adobe or nothing. It was Adobe or nothing. You could buy Adobe products for like $1,000 or Microsoft Paint, baby. That's where I started. Microsoft Paint. Oh, it was good. It was good. Microsoft Paint served me well. It's just a simple pass. Can do more or tighten up if needed. I'll give it a watch after I finished with streaming, and I'll let you know if anything feels out of place. But at the very least, it's simplified things down for me, incredibly so. You got like 40 to 50 hours in it of Destiny. Ooh, okay, so you've gotten through that initial introduction to the game, which is maybe the rockiest part of it. So you've gotten through the hardest yards, which means now it's just fun, which is exciting. Adobe was so expensive. Or people put an eye patch on. Yeah. Sorry, correction. It was it was Adobe or Microsoft Paint or YAR. One of the three. Can do one, to be honest. AI scraping and subscription talk. Yeah. Talk about biting the hand that feeds you. Well, I personally jumped off of the Adobe train last year, and I haven't looked back. I've been so much happier for it. Seeing that subscription cost come in the mail every month was just demoralizing, you know? Knowing that alternatively, I could spend like 4 or 5 times that subscription monthly cost. I could spend 4 times that and then have the program permanently. Just insane to think that that's what I was having to deal with. So glad that I did. Of course, yeah. Still love Clip Studio. Been with it for about 3 years now. Yeah, well that's what I'm using at the moment, and it's done wonders for me. Don't mind paying for stuff. When you thought subscription, crap support, and AI scraping. Yeah, that's the thing, right? I'm happy to pay. If you provide me with a thing, I'm happy to pay for it. I enthusiastically so. Hate the subscription model. You do use it at work. That's, I feel like, the only reason. I feel like Adobe has essentially burned all of their independent support, and exclusively now their clients are industry. It essentially means that they can they're charging whatever they want, and like increasing that cost whenever they want, basically, and they know, quote unquote, that they'll forever have clients. But it's such a burning everything mentality. You need to get off that too. Don't make thumbnails anymore. You have other options. Bottle, I would recommend, I mean, for image editing, I would recommend Clip Studio. I'm not sure about how well it does in terms of like photo editing and stuff, but it has all of the usual suspects in the sense that you can mess with levels, you can mess with darkness, opacity, saturation. Like you've got all of the usual tools, you've got all your usual filters and stuff. Maybe it doesn't have some of the more obscure Photoshop tools, but it's a one-time purchase and then it's just done. It's just done. You don't even need to get the expensive version because you're not animating with it. You also have a lifetime Clip Studio editing. Well, then there you go. Feel dirty having to dip into Adobe for channel manipulation stuff, high resolution print marketing stuff. Yeah. Looked at Adobe and their subscription before finding open source programs for a bit. Yep. Happy to pay. Happy to pay. Is it Tuesday? It's not Tuesday yet. Unless you say, oh no, this is real hair. I grew it myself. Industry is having moving elsewhere also. So many more options now. Yeah. So tired of Adobe pushing AI. Have disliked the ethical and general use of it. That's the thing is, if they had a side thing that they were pushing AI with, like, it is what it is, I guess. But it's the fact that it's built into all of the programs and they're increasing the cost of the programs because of the AI implementation. It's just, it gave me no reason to keep going with it, you know? When you did image manipulation, you used GIMP? Yeah. Yep. Went from Maya to Blender, went from Photoshop to CSP. Yeah. Blender was another one. Like I've literally got it as part of my toolbar down the bottom here. Another one that's just an amazing alternative. Other good option, open source programs for photo editing that are a little more like Lightroom though. Use Darktable for raw photo editing. There you go. Have the one that can animate too, if memory serves. Oh, Bottle, no, please. But yeah, you've got no reason then to hold on to Adobe stuff. I'm not one to like push my ideals on other people necessarily. So if you keep going with Adobe stuff, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, like you got no excuse. Need to complete journey to Blender. Yep. That's something that I want to learn at some point properly, Blender, because it will help with it'll help with thumbnailing and stuff, coming up with angles, coming up with different shapes and stuff quickly without having to like draw out my perspective grids and double check them beforehand. Like I can come up with a mock-up in Blender and then do out the perspective grid in 2D once I've got an angle that I like. Unpopular opinion, prove you wrong. If Prawn is free on the internet, everything should be free as well. Not a conversation that I'll dip into. Not the conversation matter that I tend to talk about. Show you, teach you. Not something that I literally sitting and doing work in Blender right now. No, well, yeah, fair. Blender journey to the light side of the Force. Yep. Character rigging is so much easier in Blender. I've heard. Your lady love is on her way home now. That you're done with computer stuff, you'll be shutting the office down, or will be a little lurky on the phone, probably watch a show or something before sleep. Enjoy, bud. Enjoy. Look after yourself, okay? Say hi to Pix. I'll chat with you later. Modeled out a place that you're moving into, furniture, so you could test arrangements in there instead of IRL. Hey, that's really cool. Good art for the chaos of creation. Ooh, glad to get to see it live. Yay! No, everyone knocked it out of the park. Everyone was super good with the prompt from last time. Look after yourself, bud. Have a good night. moving stuff on the screen is so much easier in the back, on the back than IRL. 100%. Hi, Katya. How you doing? As I said, Katya, as promised, stream has been entirely paused while you were lurking. Literally nothing has happened, I swear. There was no Michael Jackson shenanigans. I still can't wrap my mind around it. Finally got the meds you were begging for the past year. Hey, nice. Congratulations. Meds that you've had previously or meds that you're wanting to try? Feel free to not answer if I'm digging into stuff. You're fine. Okay, now I'm going through and I am changing up the forms of these bricks a little bit, just so that they don't feel like bubbly squares. Adding different bits of shading to different parts of them, just to feel like their shape is different between each one. New meds. Trying to gaslight you just to say it's just you're not trying enough with lifestyle change. Yeah. No, good. I'm glad. Congrats. Got a little carried away, added lights and more detail than necessary. Can share what it looks like before next break. Oh, yeah. Chuck it into the whatever you're comfortable with. If you're not comfortable with sharing it with everyone, you can DM if you want. But yeah, chuck it my way in one way, shape, or form. I'll have a look when I take my next break. Almost cried there in the office because you finally found a doctor that finally listened. Hey, good. Not the good that you were brought to that state, but no, I'm glad that you found somebody that you jived with. No, I've had a couple of experiences where the doctor's demeanor has kind of led to it feeling like, whether it's true or not, led to it feeling like I wasn't really being listened to. And that then went on to mean that I wasn't going to the doctor maybe when I needed to, just because I felt like it might have been a waste of time. It's not great when you end up with a practitioner who's not a great people person. Do we have healthcare in Australia? Yeah, we've got Medicare. So basically, what it means is for a certain amount of medical visits, and then depending on what you're going for, the government essentially shouts some of the cost. So, like for example, the other day I went to the GP just to get a general checkup because I hadn't been in like 2-3 years. And they flipped a fraction of the bill, like a big hefty fraction as well. If I was going constant, I don't entirely know how it works because I haven't really pushed the system too much. Just because I don't experience chronic pain or any sort of chronic condition that I need like constant top-ups for. I would imagine that if I kept going super frequently, that amount that they would cover me for would deplete, or like there would be some sort of limitation to it. But yes, it just means that any sort of necessary sort of regular checkup thing that I need is partially covered. got 6 different chronic conditions, telling you that you just were not trying hard enough to get better. That's not how chronic works. Ugh, sorry, bud. You were once in general care, only there to take blood tests for your ADHD assessment. When you read your journal after, she had diagnosed you with exhaustion-related syndrome. Hasn't been used since the 1900s. Oh, good lord. Oh, they were just sleepy. That sucks. Wait, why did they hit you with a diagnosis when you were just there for blood tests? What? Ancient illness? Yeah, exactly. Didn't pray to the sun enough. Syndrome was neurasthenia, for anyone curious. No, haven't. I've heard of similar sounding. Ugh, that sucks. That's awful. Unfortunately, that's just a case of occasionally, if people are in the business for too long and don't go to regular seminars and stuff, they're not getting updated on where modern science is at. I've got a friend of mine who is a dentist. Again, like, not really my news to, like, not really my story to tell, so I'll keep it vague. But yeah, no, he regularly goes on. He regularly goes to like conventions and stuff to where he can sort of keep his knowledge base updated. I'd imagine that that's what is recommended across the industry, but I'm not sure if it's actually reinforced. A bit of opium for you. Leeches for you. We'll get the ice pick for you. Bloodletting for you. Also gave you a lecture for not eating meat. You just told her that you used to be vegetarian, had to start eating meat again due to not eating properly, and then gave you the lecture anyway? What? Why? I used to bite my fingernails. You shouldn't do that. So I know. That's why. Did you listen to what I said? Sorry to equate vegetarianism with fingernail biting, but you get my point. You changed clinic after that? Yeah, good. Yeah, just stop. Exactly. Do everything to not admit that women are as likely, if not more, to suffer from ADHD. Yeah. It'll depend on a few things as well. Like I presume that different countries have different degrees of education on the matter as well. Like I can only speak from third-party experience. I've heard that Australia is okay at like ADHD diagnosis processes. Not perfect, still messy. But then again, I've heard that the diagnosis process for ADHD just in general is messy because it can be a few things. It's not necessarily either just ADHD or it's not necessarily ADHD. It might be something else. But even still, I've heard that Australia is okay. Your humors are off. Better bring out the leeches. Yeah, of course. Nah, I'm gonna pluck at your aura until we reduce your headache. Thanks, Doc. Appreciate it. psychiatrist is an absolute king. Absolutely looked at your bipolarity and was like, well, 1 out of 4 people with bipolarity suffer from ADHD when you get screened. And you're like, oh yeah. Thanks, doc. I appreciate it. Get to go to specialists, then it's good. It's just really hard to get there because they're so loaded. You have to make pre-assessment and then you can still get denied. Yeah. But that's the thing is, conditions like ADHD, autism, OCD, ADHD, like they are quite difficult to make sure that you are receiving the right help for what you need. So it's understandable that it is such a high bar to cross, that you need to tick all the boxes, that you're not just getting medicated, 1, with the wrong thing, or 2, for the wrong reasons. Like, it's complicated. But it's important that you get prescribed the right thing, but it's also important that you get prescribed, get into the process. How to explain it? It's important to screen properly, but it's also important to get medicated, because if you're not medicated, it messes with your life. But if it's not screened properly, then you could receive the wrong medication and then it messes with your life in an even worse way, because then you sort of go down the wrong avenue and then it takes time to come back to the starting point and then go down the right avenue, And that kind of screening process requires people who have gone through quite a bit of education, which makes it more and more exclusive. It's just it's a tough problem to overcome. Very glad they even sent you to the borderline unit just to double check that they excluded you. Also, bite your fingers when you're stressed or bored. Can't get rid of it. Mostly it's okay, but then it takes one moment. I used to bite my fingernails, actually. I don't remember what actually stopped the habit. I think it was just a moment of conviction. I decided, from this day forth, I will do everything within mine power, so that ein doth not cheweth upon mine nails evermore. And then it just happened. You decided this many times. Oh no. Yeah, well, I can't explain why it worked for me, but for some reason it did. Anyway, I need to take another break. It's been another hour. I recommend that if you have been sat for the past hour yourself, get up, move around, grab a drink, grab a snack if you're hungry. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads while I'm away doing stretches. I'll see you soon. BRB.
I'm back.
Ooh. That render is super clean, Noel. That's so good. I like how it's simplified. It breaks down the space into something way more manageable than... I think if I were to try and render something like that with more definitive furniture, I think it would break me. Just because, I don't know, I'd get lost in the weeds going through and rendering everything. Yes. Keeping it simple like that, I think, is a wonderful, wonderful way of doing it. Welcome back, by the way. So much yapping. So much yapping. Maybe I can also get some of this done. Maybe. Fingers crossed. Definitely had to limit yourself. Make sure you weren't adding too much detail. Yeah. That's what I tend to find is I jump in with both feet. I go, excellent, we're going to render it. And then I get lost in the source. Do not misinterpret. I fully understand the irony of me saying that. Did you know that sometimes I get lost in the source with the rendering, whilst I'm currently lost in the source rendering? I recognize the hilarity of that coincidence. Not a coincidence. Going to sleep. Ooh, nice. Have a good rest of the stream. Look after yourself, bud. Thank you for hanging out. Sleep well. Catch you later. 773 triangles for the whole thing. It keeps tabs of that sort of thing? I did not know. There's about, let's see, there's about an hour and a half left of stream. Captain's log. I've been streaming for about 3.5 hours now, with the intention of going the full 5 hours. No noticeable physical side effects so far, although I've noticed the propensity for going off the deep end into really niche subject matter. Captain out. Enable viewport statistics. Keeps a live count of how many vertices, faces, and triangles. Hey, cool, okay. I suppose it would be similar to saying how many frames are in an animation or something. It kind of gives you a sense of either how far through the process you are or how complicated the process is. Makes sense. all seems well and good. I think the thing that I'm struggling with a little bit is the doorway seems rendered. The door also seems rendered, but maybe not to the same degree. Maybe more highlight on the door to bring it forward just a little bit. The upper bits and towards the edges can remain dark, but maybe increasing that brightness will give it a bit more visual depth. Alternatively, it could flatten things. We'll see how we go. It just feels like the door isn't fully baked yet. For lack of a better descriptor. Let's bake this door. Love how it's turning out. Thank you. I'm enjoying the light play. How do I explain? If I get rid of this, yeah. So before the lighting was quite. When I say flat, I don't mean non-existent. I mean more. The lighting was quite simple, whereas once we cut to here, the lighting becomes a little bit more complicated. There's a lot of multiple sources of lighting and stuff, and it feels quite atmospheric. It feels more atmospheric and like it's alive than the previous one. The previous one was very much so like, oh, it's an abandoned tavern. But this feels like a jovial abandoned tavern, I guess is the way that I'd put it. Also, fun fact, set up the ambient world light and the sunlight to change color, sunlight to change angle as you go through the timeline. So if you render out a bunch of frames, you get time-lapse of how the light indulges. Hey, that's really cool. Light is important, especially for choosing furniture. There's no point in giving yourself the understanding like, oh, I'm going to chill on this side of the room, and then you get blinded by the sun, you know? Just got back from work. I haven't unpaused? No. And we're back. Hi, Alt. It's been what? 5 minutes? How you doing? Gonna put it in a game engine, walk around it. Lovely. No. Oh, actually, that's a good point. Noel, you technically could, if that's something that you wanted to do, you would technically be able to put it into a game engine and then like traverse it in first person if you wanted to. Way more complicated, maybe way more complicated, but it is an option. Been good. Got a lot of work done in that 5 minutes. Yeah, I mean, you and I both. Hope you're doing well, bud. Did you have a good weekend? You said that you were doing excavating yesterday. Was that the majority of your weekend? Was the archaeology stuff? You could. Can also move around the Blender viewport. No need for a game engine. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. If you wanted to check particular angles and stuff. First person shooter cam? Yeah, but as Noel brings up, you can just kind of move through the space in Blender to like check certain angles. So you could place the camera at a certain height in a certain room, checking somewhere, and then run the different lighting to kind of see what lighting looks like at certain times. Don't think it's necessarily worth the effort to put it into a game engine. What a good day for a Monday. But was it an 18 before? You didn't have to roll again. Weekend was good. Both majority Saturday and Sunday were bones. Yeah, cool. Enjoy your lurk, Billy. Can always use with a controller in Unity or Unreal, so it feels a bit better out of the box. Yeah, for sure. 8 is actually on the side. It's in infinity side. Oh, okay, well, consider me corrected then. I would actually chuckle if one of my players tried to pull that. So Mahali, I rolled infinity on the dice. What does that mean? I win, right? Because I rolled an infinity on the dice. That's how that works. No, look, see infinity. The looping, the Ouroboros looping in on it. Yep. I don't lie. Blender has fly navigation. Can move like a creative mode in Minecraft if you like. Don't use controller with analog sticks. See keyboard works just fine. Yeah. Speaking of decision making, it was so long ago. I can't springboard off of that. Anything else? Nice clean lighting on the render. Or can we? Speaking of renders, speaking of rendering, we'll go off of that. I need to come up with a game to play on Saturday. I've got a couple of things in mind, but I've got no idea yet. The two things that I've put a little bit of thought into are Monopoly. Oh, good Lord, no. On purpose, God, no. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. No. Absolutely not. The two things that I put genuine thought into. You won €100 in blackjack during the weekend. Hey, nice. Congratulations. That's awesome. So just like a little bit of gambling? No, like good. You've Destiny downloaded now? Nice. So the two things that I'm genuinely considering for Saturday are Power Wash Simulator, because Ada came in last Saturday saying that they had played Power Wash Simulator 2, and that was quite fun as just like a vibing game, like vibing and chatting. And that's my whole thing. It's what I do is I yap and I pretend that I'm being productive. And that feels like the epitome of that, right? Because Power Wash Simulator, I'm pretending to be productive and then also talking. So that's the first thing that I'm considering. The second thing that I'm considering as an option is Minecraft. I have never beaten the game before. I have thousands of hours in it, but almost all of them are in creative mode. I didn't play survival basically ever. So those are the two that I'm currently assessing. One on each side. Like, oh, do I Minecraft or do I Power Wash Simulator 2? Minecraft will attract some interesting viewers. That's a good point. Bottle streams Minecraft and his community seems pretty chill. Maybe it's just a case of vetting, maybe a little bit. Power Wash when? So I've heard two basically in voting pro Power Wash Simulator. A little bit, but the hard limit's in. Yeah, good. BG3 win. Here's the thing. I'll be fully transparent. I am not sure if I'll ever do long storied games on stream again. Just because I feel like it runs the risk of, if you fall off the bandwagon for a couple of weeks and then you come back to it, I've done things in the story that you've got no idea what's going on. You turn up and you're, it's not really for me, you know, because like I'm interacting with a story that you don't really have the context for. So it's almost like I'm having a conversation that you're not invested in, you know. So I think if I'm going to do story games moving forward, I might keep them a little bit shorter. Just so that, you know, it means that I liked Stray. Stray was good because it meant that even if people fell off between the first and the second session, it's only two streams where the story goes across, you know? Minecraft. I'm genuinely curious to learn. I might be cheeky and ask somebody to like teach me Minecraft. Turn it into a 2-player thing. Maybe. Prefer Cleanup Crew Simulator over Power Wash Sim. Well, here's the thing. I've seen gameplay of Power Wash Simulator and it actually seems like my jam, but I don't know until I try, you know? House Flipper 2 is a banger stream game too. Potentially. You heard Minecraft? Okay, well then we've got somebody for Pro Minecraft as well. Build the Tavern in House Flipper, maybe? Ooh. So House Flipper is like a game where you create exteriors and interiors and stuff? You call for House Flipper 2 yourself? If somebody can type House Flipper 2 into the general chatter, just so that I remember after stream, I'll give it a look. I'll look into it before Saturday. Need a quick button for me to fade in a photo of the background behind me over the top of myself, so it looks like I become invisible when I say I'm going to be fully transparent with you all. That's very funny. That is very funny. I'll think about it. Love playing in survival for the first time. Did have people who knew the game playing with you, so that sounds like a nice idea. Yeah, that's the thought. Is I know of a few people who are more learned when it comes to Minecraft, who I might ask to sort of walk me through it a little bit if they're interested. It'll be something that I have a private conversation about. I don't want to mention it's this person and this person and this person because I don't want I don't want to set up an expectation that doesn't necessarily follow through. I ain't Caden, bud. Remember when Minecraft Alpha came out? Spent so much time in the game when you were in high school. You were dreaming in blocks. Yeah, that's when I put all of my hours in back in like 2010. 2010 through to like 2014. Like a good 3-4 year period of time where I played a lot of Minecraft. Hi Noctua, how you doing, bud? Good, just woke up. It's gone 12 in the afternoon. Well, good morning. Did you sleep well? Create full exteriors and interiors, make gardens. You can build pretty much anything you want. Also progression, but the progression is just like bigger houses for you to build / flip. Is there like a free mode? Because I don't like the idea of building the tavern and then needing to yeet it, you know? Collab with Dream when? They can't know that it's Dream. They can't know. There's a free mode? Yeah, okay. Love coming up with super dumb ideas. Have no appeal aside from being way too funny. That's fair. Sorry, no, it's okay. It's okay. I don't think they picked up on it. You were awake a bit earlier, fell asleep, felt sleepy, kind of zonked out again. You're fine, you're fine. I was going to ask if you slept well, but that kind of answered my question. I mean, you can still sleep well and wake up a bit groggy, right? Or is that antithetical? Now your neck feels achy. It's probably the way that you slept. Oh, sorry, bud. I don't know if this is based in science at all. I don't think it is. But I've picked up this habit of whenever my neck locks, I do this thing where I try and like, how do we explain? You know how yeah, no, this will work. You know how if you get a splinter, the best way of treating the splinter is to try and remove it from the same ankle that it came in from? Because if you try and remove it any other way, it's just you're making it just a billion times harder, more difficult. Whenever my neck locks, I try and like find the point of entry, like how it's locked, and I try and like unlock my neck like a puzzle. It kind of works about 40% of the time. So again, I don't know if it's actually based on anything. It might just be that I've loosened up my neck whilst trying to unlock the puzzle, whatever. But the fact that it sometimes works, I don't know. There's a moment of, am I a wizard? It was okay, sleepy guess. No, that's fair, that's fair. Not really related to playing it on stream, but House Flipper 2 is a really good multiplayer, like collaborative, not getting in each other's way, not needing to talk to each other game. Yeah, okay, so like a what's the word? Back-to-backing. Back-to-backing game. Oh. Are you going to go upload your next comic page? Yeah, do it. I'll receive the notification on my phone in a second. Because if and when I want to read one of your pages, the easiest way that I have found personally is to follow on, what is the program that I use? I sent you a snapshot of it. What? That one of the web, Tappy? Is it Tappy? Tappy something. There's an app that I have on my frick. No, I've stuffed it. Tapas. Yeah, Tapas. Yes, perfect. Sponsored by Tapas. With the dignity and grace of an injured bird. But yes, no, I'm looking forward to seeing the update. Frick. Dignity and grace. This Mahali has no style, he has no grace. This Mahali has a funny face. How dare. Even if it's true. Oh. Katja, you walk over to where you see that a quest has been posted. You remove the knife, grab the parchment, and you read. Hilda the Hill Giant is wanting something that lives in the fractured seas. Have we gotten a fractured seas before? Choose at least one challenge. Style, rare, true freedom. Technique, line work only. Or detail, add something to it from the tavern. Interessant. Does this seem appealing? Does this seem appealing to Katja? And if so, which of the challenges would you like to commit to? Not your vibe? Thank you very much. All good. All good. You say that as you place it back on the post, stab the dagger back in, and it returns to its place. DK lyrics woke you up like a sleeper agent. Are you on the prowl for more food prompts now? Gotcha. Is that the play? Literally at work today, I had to explain to someone. You say, "Oh, banana," the way that you do. Ah, right. Of course. Yes. Yeah, fair. The DK wrap off by heart. M-Dog. Can you call me M-Dog? You may not call me M-Dog. Thank you for checking though. No, I don't know off by heart. I was the DK rap from Country or from the RPG, like the big collectathon, DK64? Yeah, I was gonna say. Also, you hate line art? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Me too. 64, yeah. Pardon me. Speaking of sleeper cells, Phil from the back row. Oh, banana. Okay, so for Saturday, we've got a new contender. I'll probably put Minecraft on pause. I might find like an opportune moment to find somebody to drag along with me through the depths of hell, quite literally, when it comes to the nether. So I suppose our two front runners are House Flipper 2, yes, or Power Wash Simulator 2. Billy, can I quickly get a poll in chat? Would that be easy enough to do? Either House Flipper 2 or Power Wash Simulator 2. What's going on? We're deciding for Saturday. We're deciding a game for Saturday. You're open to a poll? Kind of want to find more options? My call? I'm wanting something that's a little bit, as was described last Saturday, a bit of a podcast game where it's just in the background, I'm talking, and it's just a thing there that I can empty head, no brain, just sort of prattle along to. Dreads. Judge could be interesting. I'd need to buy it again on PC though. Will I do Power Wash in multiplayer? Here's the thing about the multiplayer aspect is that's why I'm tempted to like put Minecraft off for a little bit. I need to find somebody who can play for that amount of time. Either play for that amount of time or interested. Yeah. You can? Oh, would you like to Power Wash with me then, Fields? Add Solitaire to the list? No, too many hours in Solitaire already. Everyone's gone bananas. Everyone has gone bananas. You already own it? Ooh. We could lock it in then. Little monkey jingle that plays when you finish the push the peanut switch and DK64 is forever in your mind. Never played video games before, so you'd be bad at it. Sorry, bud. How does it work? Is it two player? How what are we talking? I've got no clue. I've seen little bits of gameplay from it, but I haven't. I'm a wee Power Wash little babby guy. It's 54 player Power Washing Battle Royale. Ugh. Yuck. Think it's up to 4. Okay. Power Wash is $35. House Flipper is 60 for the base game, 100 for all DLC. Ooh. House Flipper 2 for 60 is rough. Probably gonna potentially scrap that then. Power Wash I'm a little bit more open to. You hear Battle Royale and you break out in hives. That's the thank you for looking it up though, Billy. No, I do appreciate that. Thanks. Better that than me agreeing to something and then having to eat the 60. Ugh. That'd be ouchy. If it looks like 1, it's co-op. Just watch the scenery with someone else. Yeah, that's what I understand to be the case. Bought Balan Wonderworld for $250. That's not true on multiple fronts, and I'll take the time to walk you through exactly why. 1, I did not buy Balan Wonderworld. My intention was to buy it, but I didn't. Laz gifted it to me because she's crazy generous, and I'm forever grateful for the fact that she did. 2, it wasn't $250. It was like 50, which is too much for Balan Wonderworld, which is why I was waiting for it to go on special. And then 3, you guys kind of funded it in the sense that there was a strange like passing joke thing where it was like, if I get 10 subs, and because I really didn't want to play it, and then it happened, and then I kind of had to commit to it. So like on every front, no. just no. But after Balan, you're But after Balan, you're my wonder world. I still can't believe it's Balan Wonder World instead of Balan Wonderland. They wanted to hurt me. Do decide on Power Wash, DM you later with time and date. Will do. And 4, do not need to justify any purchase. For sure. It's not justification. It's more the technical incorrect statements that Alt had said. We're pissing me off. 10 subs for solid. No, absolutely not. I'm not going to fall for it again. I did it last time, immediately regretted it. No, we're not going to go down that avenue again. Minesweeper, good lord, no. At least, Jade, at least that rhymes. So there's a degree of, I don't like that those are the words that I just read, but at least it makes more sense that Balan Wonderworld, you know? 100 subs for Metal Gear Solid 2? No. Nope. I don't want to set things like that because then it will incentivize people to spend money that maybe they shouldn't, and I don't want that to be the case. It teach me chess. That could be fun. I've learnt some of chess. I've learnt some of the fundamentals in terms of like board control, like making sure that you control the center of the board, stacking up a take so that these are probably not the correct terms, but stacking up a take. So you aim for a particular piece and you stack up multiple pieces to take that piece, so that when you waterfall or like take, you know, the first move takes, they take your piece, you take it, they take it, you take, and then by the end of the exchange you end up on top. Like I've learned that sort of thing. I've never learned any specific openers or I don't know endgame at all. More towards the start. You're like 700 elo, so you don't really know. Definitely not. Yeah, okay, fair. But you're bad. Yeah, me too. Me too. There you go. Welcome back. Congratulations on, I believe, posting. You don't know how to play chess, but you'll teach me. Yeah, perfect. Too late already. Sent the hundreds up. No, don't. Absolutely not. I am grateful for anybody who does sub, but I don't want it to be a case of we've got a good vibe going and hey, like, oh, you know, momentum, quick, do the thing, which is why I don't say it outright, but I try to ignore a little bit the hype train because it scares me. It scares me a little bit. I don't want people to sort of follow the momentum of it. Don't know the King's Gambit to the full body ostrich to the wave splash walrus into a knighting. It's the best way to take queen in the current meta. Well, that's the thing is I've heard of like the what are the openings that I've heard? I've heard of the Queen's Gambit, obviously. I've heard of the Tuscan opening, I think. Just like little words like that, but it doesn't actually equate to me knowing anything. You're 1500 in chess, entirely just play and learn more type, have no formal understanding of the game. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. The two stones, one bird. Good lord. Phil, you approach where the quest has been posted. You grab the parchment and you read aloud what Katja had discovered earlier. Hilda the Hill Giant is wanting something that lives in the fractured seas. Choose at least one challenge. Style, rare, true freedom. Technique, line work only, or detail, add something to it from the tavern. Does this appeal to you? Do you like the idea of embarking on this quest? And if so, which of the challenges would you like to commit to? Let me know if you need to see the quest again. I'll hide it for now. Also, let me know if you have any questions. Because I don't think we haven't really spoken about the Fractured Sea much. How does a giant live in a fractured sea? That's like living in a bathtub, no? Well, it's not that Hilda lives in the fractured sea. She wants something from the fractured sea. Would that add something from the tavern and line work? The first you don't quite understand. So the first result, style, rare, true freedom. It essentially means that you can take that and it allows you to do whatever you want with the piece. You're not restricted by style, technique, or detail. You're not restricted by anything. If you take the true freedom one, you can do whatever you want. It's essentially like being able to veto challenges completely. But it's also rare. It doesn't happen very often. It doesn't happen very often at all. Apart from that one time, who was it that got the double rare? Somebody got the double rare at some point. Two different categories being rare. Yeah, I thought so. I was going to say, it was either you or Sloth, I think, who got the double rare result. Giant Fractured Sea Burger, here I come. Fair. 14's not bad. When you would hear double rare, your brain goes rare, rare, epic, legendary Hearthstone pack openings. Epic, legendary. You wish to restart the backflip plague? Not the backflip plague, no. So many people were injured. So many people's poor knees. Not you though. Well, yeah, hence your championing of it. Yeah, that's fair. Any part of Hearthstone you still play as Battlegrounds? I used to play Battlegrounds. It was the mode that I enjoyed, but they put power into it became purchasable. Like you could buy thing and get better results. Miss parts of Hearthstone. Those were good times. I'm kind of glad it's behind me though. Card game's expensive, man. Everyone roll for backflip. Here we go. All right, roll for backflip. Okay, all right. No, we're living. Ugh, oh, okay, all right. Billy with a bit of a stumble. Nice, Phil. Immaculate form. Could you take the true freedom? Then could you also keep line work in mind? You may have to got in early though. Haven't Q jumped. You have not Q jumped. You have not Q jumped at all. But yes, if you'd like to take true freedom. Oh, good lord! People are backflipping into the pit now. Good. No, I'm glad. Are you happy now, Fields? Are you happy? Oh, good lord, Moonstone with the immaculate. I would imagine that you backflip onto the bar, onto a couple of tankards, one for each foot, spill nothing, and I'd say Hawthorne behind the bar pops champagne at the same moment. Not even related to the backflip, it just so happens to be the case. So you've got a fountain of champagne behind you as you land this immaculate backflip. You've been in the pit. It's tough. But yes, Phil, as you say the word style and the word line work, both of those words begin to glow slightly as the quill jumps to life, signs your name at the bottom of the margin, and commits you to the quest. Good luck. Good luck. If you need any clarification as to what the Fractured Sea is, let me know. Otherwise, if you just want to create a creature and you've got something in mind, go for your life. Don't let me stop you. The phase skills apparently flipped at the same time. You fell in a pile of cow dung outside the tavern. Plus, you're hearing everybody in the tavern clapping Moonstone, like, wow, well done. You've got raucous applause while you're miserable in the cow dung. It's tough. Free from meeting prison. Welcome back, Hannah. How'd you go? No details, obviously, but I'm glad that you're back. Oh, it doesn't make it off the ground. Instead, the floorboards crack beneath him. Oh, no. Oof. Fractured Sea expansion would be good also. Cool. So, I'm going to bring up something super scuffed. Are we ready for something super scuffed? Hold on to your butts. Brink. View large icons. Where art thou? Was it there? Sorry, give me a second. I believe it's this. The Fractured Seas are technically this thing called Tempest here. I think. Not seeing this? No, don't mind it. It's super scuffed. Something from super early. Where was the Fractured Seas? I think the Fractured Seas were technically next to or around Tempest. It might be around Tempest. I think that's right. So Tempest is a section of the weave, which is that force that kind of keeps all of the plates of Brink together. It's a section of weave that's quite tangled, and you've got a bunch of like little teeny tiny speckled chunks of earth sort of suspended in the weave all over the place. Almost think your little like pirate Bermuda Triangle, like secret treasure islands and that sort of thing. Those exist within Tempest. And the Fractured Seas are incredibly turbulent around Tempest. So you'd find creatures that sort of mingle in both water and weave. Super rough seas, thick, really creative creature designs akin to deep sea creatures from Earth. Those are the types of creatures that you would find in the Fractured Seas. This is incredible. No, not incredible. Messy and unrendered. Oh, hi Digi, how you doing, bud? We were doing backflips, did you? IT architecture is a mess as always, but otherwise good. Yeah, fair. So you went to release your butt? It's turning purple from... Oh, no, release. I'm sorry. That's heckin' cool. Who cares about the mess? The idea is the good... whatever. We'll get there. I'll clean it up at some point. Where does all the ocean come from? From the ocean store. They buy it from the ocean store and they transport it with buckets. Does the water at the edge of the weave fall straight down to the other side of brink and continue flowing from there? No, it's almost like repelling magnetic forces, where as soon as it approaches raw weave, when it's not being suspended on land, like, because the plates have like land and then land underneath that the water sits on, right? Whenever it gets to a bit of just raw weave that doesn't have a thing between the water and the land, it repels the water back a little bit. Don't say Terminator map is horrible just because it's drawn like... Yeah, I guess it's because I'm comparing it to some of the more rendered things from Brink that I've done so far. The Spring of Eternity. Yeah. Gotta play Esoteric Ebb. I think I will, but not on stream, because if you weren't here before when I mentioned that I think I'm done with longer narrative games. Just because it means that if you've fallen off at any point, it basically means that Saturday stream is inaccessible to you completely. It kind of locks you out. So if I'm going to do anything with a story, I'll keep it to smaller games, I think. Send you updates when I play. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely will do. Does that mean I could have... you could have a civilization that is underneath the ocean, but above the core of Brink. You could enter via the weave. Yeah, I could imagine so. I could imagine... Ooh. Yeah, where there's like a pocket on the inside of the landmass that's only accessible from underneath. That could be kind of interesting. Very like akin to like a Hollow Earth type of deal. That'd be kind of cool. Atlantis with a twist. Yeah, it's submerged in Earth. Kinda. Your imagination was that there is always an ocean floor. The plates aren't thin, right? No, the plates aren't thin. They appear thin in the imagery because we're talking at planetary scale, right? I've got the... No, wrong file. Brink. There we go. Brink planet. There we go. Because we're looking at it like a planetary scale. It's the same with the crust, right? The crust of the Earth looks quite thin when you're looking at it from, but it's kilometers thick. It's the same as the crust. You can't get to the mantle even if you really wanted to. Feel like that ocean idea doesn't work, but it'd be heckin' cool if it did. We can sort out the details for it later. Was distracted by posting. Did we do game poll? No game poll because of the pricing. Because House Flipper 2 is $60, which is steep. Which is steep for like a couple stream thing. You can dig really good. I mean, if you say it with conviction. How close can you get to the edge on landmass before getting sucked over the edge? You wouldn't get sucked over the edge per se. It's just there's nothing to stop you from falling, unless you find something that actually interacts with the weave. It would be like moving through, I don't know, slightly thicker clouds, I guess, where there would be like a degree of resistance, but you're falling into the core, you know? Us big ladder. How big we talking? Spent the last 2 days doing nothing but digging. You've practiced for this moment. True, actually, for real. I mean, you did actual real life archaeology, so yeah. If you have a boat, would it like flow you off the weave into the core? Would waters be really flat near the edge? Well, because there's like a repellive force, right? Like you would have to row towards the edge. It's not like, you know, it's not like it would flow waterfall to the edge, but then stop, but you would still fall off. Okay, the lighting is almost perfect at this point. I think I do like the brighter blues on the door towards the bottom. So I'm going to commit to that. It gives the door more of a real feeling. Long stream today? Yeah. The goal for today was to last for 5 hours, and we're almost there. To catch everybody up to speed on the 2 ongoing macro conversations, and then I'll chuck in a third. The 2 macro conversations that we've had across stream are 1, what to do to celebrate 1,000 followers, and 2, what game we should play on Saturday. The celebration for 1,000 followers, I'm currently thinking about. I'm not committing to it because I need to give it like a good bit of thought. Plus, we haven't hit 1,000 followers yet. I'm bracing for impact. The thing that I'm considering doing is reading the entirety of The Hobbit on stream. Not in a single sitting, because that's insane. Potentially over like a few streams across a week. The intention would then be I'd need to look into the copyright if it would be okay for me to do this. I would then intend to chop it up into like a single video that I would then be able to post on YouTube as like a little celebration. Here you go. Like, it sounds conceited, but like a little gift from me to you. Like, you guys support me. I give you a scuffed audiobook version of The Hobbit. That's the prominent thought at the moment, but I need to look into it properly. If anybody has any other ideas that you want to float, I'm all ears. I haven't necessarily committed to that. Illustrate as we go. I wouldn't be able to read and illustrate, I don't think. I think it would just be me sat with the book. I think I should reenact The Hobbit instead. No, Bilbo. Frick you, Gandalf. You're not my dad. I think that's how that scene goes. Anyway, on to the next one. Mahali Romantasy audiobook stream. Hey, we'll see how The Hobbit goes, and then we can go spicy. No, I'm not even going to jokingly accept that. Oh, could you imagine? Like, Mahali's streaming. Oh, I wonder what he's doing at the moment. And then she touched the button. It's like, okay. Whoa. Whoa, okay. Spicy Mahali stream. Mahali will also be every actor also. Oh, that sounds pretty good. You illustrate what I read. Well, I mean, hey, if you're inspired by the words of J.R.R. Tolkien, who am I to stop you? Read The Hobbit to you from memory. I haven't read it. That's the two birds with one stone thing. Is I've wanted to read The Hobbit for a while, and this would be like the incentive to get into it, you know. Riddles in the Dark for the win. I mean, it's a good scene for a reason. I haven't read the book. I have seen the movies. That'll, I think, be the most fascinating aspect, will be what from the book either didn't make it to the movie or movies or vice versa. What are in the movies that have absolutely no reason to be there? Not reading it is not an excuse. Good point, I guess. I mean, you would get a version of The Hobbit. The book is great. Got to promise to sing the singing parts as well. Is there like an agreed upon like melody for them? I know Misty Mountains has one, but otherwise, hi Skull, how you doing, bud? Have to read The Hobbit and give you a magma canvas. Oh, that would be sick, actually. That would be really cool. That's brilliant. What do we think of that? Let me float Fields' ideas to the rest of the class. What do we reckon? For every stream that I'm reading The Hobbit, I just have a magma canvas open. Read The Hobbit, but every time I finish a chapter, I must play an hour of the Golem game. I'd never finish. There are quite a few songs, to be fair. I'll give them my best shot. I'll see. I'll see if I can get a sense of what the rhythm would be. But if it's a hard miss, then I'll resort back to spoken song. Visual audiobooks do it. Gotta do it too. I'll see if there's a version of it that I can grab. That way I can consult with the audiobook version to kind of get a sense of what the songs are. Idea for stream. Write the script for a new Hobbit movie, Adventure in the Tavern, Mahali's Last Choice. Is that the full title? The Hobbit, Adventures in the Tavern, Mahali's Last Choice. It's got a bit of flow to it. Hi Cat Bear, how you doing? Welcome in. Drawing while having audio in the background is nice. That would be the thought. My only concern would be I'm technically not joining in on the canvas, so does that count as... Is that exploitation? I don't know. The theme is always Middle Earth. Would be, yeah, I think so. Aren't there like Elvish army chants or something in The Hobbit? Might need some background singers. You're down. Bye, Axe. Pretty sure the book actually starts with a Tom Bombadil song. Gotta double check. The Hobbit has 19 chapters. Could have each chapter title be its own canvas. That 19 canvases? That's kind of insane, isn't it? Time you got reincarnated into a fantasy tavern and read The Hobbit for 12 hours, then went to bed. Work your art, dogs. Yeah, what that would be the fear, yeah. Might draw in relevance to the story. Maybe not, either way. Don't think it's exploitation or not. Okay. You were wrong. Might be Fellowship of the Ring that has a Tom Bombadil song in the beginning. Because that's what I was going to say is Tom Bombadil isn't in The Hobbit, I don't think. You can do it? Okay. The full chat is... I'm leaving. I needed to take my break. I'm going to get up and move around, do a couple more push-ups, I think. I reckon if you haven't gotten up for the past hour, you'd be better off moving around a little bit, grabbing a drink if you're dehydrated, grab a snack if you're hungry. While I'm doing my stretches, I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls for the rest of stream. I'll see you soon. Yabby. Hi. I'm gonna get so ripped if I if I keep doing push-ups and burpees for every stretch. Good lord. I think they'll be in shape and then there'll be me, just absolute Adonis. That or I pull something and then I roll around on the ground in pain. It's one of the two. One of the two can only be. Is looking fire. Thank you. Hi, Care Bear, by the way. How you doing? Hope your weekend was good. Hi, Logic. How you doing? Remember any of the musical numbers from Bellon? There was the one where the farmer danced with the boy in like a really gentle, caring way that made me quite uncomfortable. Then there was the other one where the adult woman danced with the boy in a really gentle, caring way and made me uncomfortable. Every time I read a word, do 7 push it. Oh, good Lord, no. Love the way that I do the lighting. Not gonna lie. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's getting there. A lot of yapping happening. It's getting in the way. Also applies to reading chat. Oh, good. No, I'd die. I would explode. Playing more of the silly dino game. Nice. Okay, so the question can't be did you win, because it's like it's a like fighting game, whatever, right? Enjoy your life, Billy. Did you get more people than you got? Before I went on the quick break, I did mention that I was going to catch everybody up to speed as to what the macro conversations that were happening were. We got through the first one, which was celebrating 1,000 followers when it happens is maybe gonna be reading The Hobbit. The second conversation that we were having this stream was what game we're going to play on Saturday, and I've loosely decided on Power Simulator 2, maybe starring a Fields on Fields as well. Hello from Malaysia. I'm All Master. How you doing? Nice to meet you. This might be the first time that we've had a Tavern viewer from Malaysia. Lovely to meet you. I hope you're doing well. I'm in Australia myself, the land of kangaroos, and the temperature being way too hot, and spiders that want to claw out your eyes. Just finished some of the world building art. How's stream going? Yeah, doing good. You did some world building art. That's super cool. Playing official servers this time, not a deathmatch like last time, so you played way more carefully. Got a ton of kills and assists, didn't die much, plus help grow a friend's dino. Hey, cool, nice. You skimmed through the book, could find 16 songs? 16? You want me to sing 16 songs? But like, how though? Is that... I'll promise you this. I will sing Misty Mountains because I know how that one goes. The other ones though, it's just going to be me awkwardly like, and then they were men, and then I'll sing the final note and then just kind of like thumbs up at the end. I feel as though that's not fair on you guys. Captain Grow from Hatchling to Subador. Hey, cool. It's more like a lore, like art about certain corporate faction. Hey, cool. You're in the right place. We're literally working on lore. We're literally working on lore art at the moment. That's awesome to hear. That's awesome. Is it for a particular project, or is it just the love of the game, just loving world building? Most of them are short though. Only 2 are over a page long. See them all at the same time. Over a page long. Okay. As I said, I'll agree to Misty Mountains. I'll sing Misty Mountains. The other ones, I'll give it a red hot go, but I'm not going to sit for 16. I'm not going to go through and like listen to how they actually sound and sing, because it like stream would take a bajillion years. It'd take a bajillion years. I'll do my best. But one of the over a page is Misty Mountains. Yeah, sure. No, okay. So you're saying there's one other song like Misty Mountains that is of that legend? No, okay, all right. For the love of the game, since you have like 9 arts finished in a week. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Is that world is it part of something? Like, is it D&D world building, or is it just for are you building a world for yourself just so that you can come up with original characters and cities and stuff like that? You're just making to have fun making things. You need to eat, as you got your GATT tomorrow. Unfortunately, no, all good, bud. I'm so glad that I didn't read that as GAT. I would have died, I think. But yeah, no, look after yourself, bud. Sleep well. Good luck. You got this. Gives you more time to draw. True. So glad that you find it. Wait, that's your reaction after? Yeah. I've got like I'm not aligning with reality or something, because every time I go off the deep end, I'm assuming that people are like, oh, this guy's crazy. I'm out of here. Let you roll for your luck tomorrow. Oh, no. You did read it as GATTs, you know? Yeah. Yep. To be fair, the part that made you say that you... To be fair, the part that made you say that was the world building. Okay, cool. I was gonna say, like, I really loved the bit where Harley started screaming at us. It was great. Brilliant time. Wonderful time. Another. Good thing you don't base your days off of a D20. Exactly. Good. The power of fate is in your hands. 16's not bad. You're the most tame person that, well, I mean, but I did yelling before. That's not tame. That's bombastic. Animated. Chaotic even. Excuse me? First roll, natural 20. Good lord. Oh, God. Confetti from the ceiling. It's in my eyes. That's insane. That's awesome. Congratulations. You'll mold your worldview on this roll of a 16. This changes everything. You have 2 characters named in Russian. Ooh, cool. You do believe that I am crazy, but that's why you stay. Oh, no. Well, at least I found my people then. I appreciate you, bud. It's the only natural 20 that you'll get. The rest will be critical failures for sure. I mean, you say that. A 1 and a 4. Everything is coming up. Oh, I have it clearly. You're flourishing. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Oh. You have an art link of the recent one of the Corpo faction. Yeah. Link it in the Discord. Generally speaking, like rule of thumb, we leave the links directly in chat for anybody who's raided in. All other links I'll ask for you to send to the Discord, into the share your art section. Dice Jail. The pit is kind of... How would I describe the pit? The pit is kind of like Dice Jail. I'll explain the mechanics. Give me a second. Rink. Images. Dieses here. Dieses here. Ignore this. This isn't what the tavern looks like. That's not what the tavern looks like at all. The tavern looks like this. This is what the tavern looks like. We've gone through some restructuring. But this part is true. The tavern is kind of alive in the sense that it's semi-conscious of things. It kidnaps people from different parts of the world if they find that they're a little bit lost and they're looking for a place to like meet other people. They're like, I feel lonely, basically. It'll open up little doors all over the place that all lead to the tavern. Downside of this, though, is that occasionally things get kind of mixed up in the algorithm of the tavern, and it drops like little bits of spare items that it picks up along the way down into an area populated by goblins underneath it called the pit. It has also been known to be a little bit temperamental with its floorboards. So if you're not careful with where you step, a floorboard will slip out of the way underneath your feet, and you'll end up falling out from underneath the bottom of the tavern, end up in the pit as well. Is a tough living. It's a tough living here, but I mean, it's fun. It's dynamic. This is one of, why is it A1 and not N1? Are you broken? I think it's based off pronunciation, right? Because we don't call it own. If it was own, it would be an own, yeah, but it's A1. Really likes 8 for you today. I mean, sometimes you're just chosen, you know. Goblins, you say? Yeah. Well, that's who's being depicted on the poster. That's the Goblin King. He sort of more of like a how to say, a non-functioning position as of late, because the goblins haven't really gone to war or anything in a while, and the economy kind of runs itself. More of a placeholder figure, really. Joined and sent, hell yeah. Towards the end of stream, I'll jump into the Discord and I'll give it a look. Thank you all. No, good. Absolutely obliterated. I should have seen it coming. What's this door that I'm working on now? It is a part of a bigger whole. This door is technically the same as that door. These is here. So as you can see, you've got the illumination from the light on the left. You've got the illumination from the lagoon from below. That's kind of informing the different colors that are present on the door. It is the next shot in an animated sequence. So it goes from tavern to door, and then door opens and you go in. Fix the alert message at the bottom of the stream using correct pronunciation, but the chatbot is using the wrong command. Is it? What's my cat's name again? I'm not falling for it. The door there looks open. Yes, there's going to be a different version of this where the lights are all turned off and the door's closed. This version will be used as the static image, the slightly motioned image that plays during the starting soon countdown, and then it'll fade to black and then the animation will play. Easy to fix an updated if statement. Easy. The world building is taking place after Rapture, but concept of death has gone, resulting the world becoming a purgatory. Hey, that's really cool. So everybody who's remained is kind of stuck here. Yeah, cool. Fade to Black, love that song. By the Beatles, right? Yeah, no, I'm being cheeky, don't mind me. I didn't know it was by Metallica, but I didn't know who it was by. So, the only Metallica song that I'm really familiar with is Fuel, I suppose. Now I do. Well, now I do. Thank you. No, well, I mean, good. Thank you for informing me. Think he just ruptures it? No, Phil. Not even Enter Sandman. Is Enter Sandman Metallica? Then yes, I would also know that one. Old world government collapsed. Gate of the Abyss is opened. Letting Eldritch Beast and Anomaly item came through. That's super cool. Laughing. It's Phil. If you're in the emergency room and you're like, no, leave me alone. I'm fine. I was just laughing, and the doctor's like, no, Phil, your heart's exploded. Your heart's exploded. You just because you ruptured it whilst laughing doesn't make it any less exploded. I love. And I accidentally shift between layers. Let's just merge those two, shall we? All is right with the world. My canvas is just a little bit more flat. I hate layers. I hate them. I hate them with a fiery passion. They haven't done anything in particular. I've never been able to purge the habit of like floating around the canvas and just sort of tidying up all over the place. Gotta go to sleep. Yeah, go. Good luck with tomorrow, okay? You got this. I picked up a habit whilst working with traditional of just kind of floating around the canvas, just sort of cleaning up little things all over the place. Like if I'm working with charcoal, I'm not sitting here going like, oh, well, I need to make sure that I'm working on the right layer. No, you just do the thing. And I've never been able to kick it in digital. It's forever a thing. The Abyss is like a back alley of the Nexus. Yeah, okay. So like a little bit of a like combination of like religious rapture combined with the Matrix kind of thing. Came back to Quest, quick blast, and had to wonder what you were thinking with the layering on finishing everything. Yeah, I know, right? Like even coming back to this, I was looking at the layering a second ago. I was like, what? Why did I do it that way? But it's fine. Even when I do pass out my layers a little bit, P-A-R-S-E, pass out my layers a little bit. Sorry, because whenever I say pass out, I always assume the other one. I still have to second guess everything that I decided to do previously. So enthralled by watching people do digital art because your brain goes brr when you try. It's like magic. Really? When you say that your brain goes brr, as in with creative inspiration, or like you want to give it a go, or what do you mean? Or is it just satisfaction brr? You can't do it? I won't argue with you. I disagree, but I won't argue with you. If it's something that you've deemed that you don't, like you're not prepared to dig into it, completely fair. Completely fair. I won't push you. In the same way that somebody could be like, Harley, you can learn how to ride a motorcycle? My answer to that would be, yeah, but I'm not gonna. I'm sure that I can. I'm sure it would be great. Not for me. It's a clunky way of saying it, but it's true. When I say that I have like a knee-jerk reaction to people saying that, it's not, I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. No, it's not that I'm upset or anything like that. I don't like the feeling of, how would I put it? If somebody wanted to learn art, but has a feeling of, but I can't. If it's a clashing of, I would really like to, but I am incapable. I want to burst that bubble. I want to sort of break you out of that feeling of limitation. But if it's deemed that it's something that you'd be interested in, but you recognize that quite a bit of effort would need to go into it, and you're just not up for putting in that kind of effort, like either you don't feel like it, or you can't do it right now. Other things to do in life. Completely fair. Completely fair. Effort and also tools. That's fair. Yeah. If that's the conclusion that you've come to, I'm not gonna push your boundaries. I will gently offer, though, that if you did want to pursue it, I would do everything in my power to reach some sort of understanding with you as to like what path you could take to make it happen. Whether that's identifying what technology you'd need, or what programs you'd need to use, or what materials would be accessible, affordable, whatever it happens to be. I would happily spend that time. How am I doing this? The long stream is not too overwhelming. It's not. I mean, unless, unless we hit the 5-hour mark and the bell tolls. You hear a big clanging sound, and then I just keel over. I won't call it from now. Hi Fox, how you doing, bud? Welcome in. Loosen up. Gonna go play some games with Kat. See ya. Look after yourself, Noctua. Have fun. Don't worry about it. So when you can, and show when you're comfortable, or even when you're not. Loosey goosey, embrace Bob's mantra. Or just a challenge or two to be defeated. Mostly it's observation first, then draw from your mind palace after that. You moved from traditional art to digital art. It was a bumpy start for you to learn about layers. Yeah, that's what I struggle with. Very much so. Very much so what I struggle with. Hi Fox, welcome in. I hope you had a good weekend. Hope you're doing well. Really liking long stream, even though you couldn't be present that much today. It's nice having me in the background. I'm glad that it works for you. Thank you for the follow, Warmaster. How you doing? Sorry, autopiloted for a second. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Tavern. Enjoy your stay. But yes, no, I'm glad that it works for people. I believe it works for me as well, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe my voice gives out in the next couple of days. Well, knock on wood that it doesn't, but this is why we test things, right? Heard about those tablets that let you draw like you're drawing with a pencil? Think for base piece would be helpful. May take me up on that someday. You've only just started diving back into doing art regularly. Hey, as I said, if you are interested, I'm a message away. Depending on time zones and stuff, like I might be asleep, but I always follow up on things. So reach out to me if you need to. Reach out to me if you find that you are interested. Sorry. One downside of the extra stream. Brain melting. Yeah, Sheep King, how you doing? I'm sitting straight, I swears. Tomorrow's study day. No, probably not study day tomorrow, just because I did say before that I'm going to commit to working on the animation until it's done, I think. But once the animation's done, I'll go back to regular studies. Had a bit of a rough weekend. Kitty health scare, but she's doing well. Taking her meds. Oh, good. Not good that it happened, but glad that it stabilized. Hope you're doing well otherwise. Longer streams mean that you can listen more than just the last few minutes. Good. My intention is, this is the time that I would end a stream usually, but because I started an hour earlier, we ended up with a 5-hour stream, right? My intention is for these late streams to eventually go from 5 hours to 6 hours. So I tacked an extra hour onto the start. My intention eventually over the next couple of months is to tack an extra hour onto the end as well. We'll see how that goes because I want to take my time with it, see how my body reacts because I don't want to just jump in and explode like a firework, burn out something magnificent, little bits of Mahali landing on rooftops all over the place. I'd prefer to sort of take my time with it, see how I react, and if it works, hell yeah. If it doesn't, maybe spend a little bit more time sort of dragging it out. Very helpful for the... Thanks, guys. Thank you, I appreciate it. Kind of confused since you used to draw without it. That's the thing, Warmaster, is I used to just go wherever I wanted on the canvas and I wouldn't have to think about it. Whereas now I do have to think about not only what paint I'm using, where I am on the canvas, but also what layer I'm on, that sort of thing. It's just an extra thing to think about. Must avoid burnout, that's the thing, right? I would shine brilliantly. I'd shine brilliantly for those 2 streams. Explode. Terrible fate for that Mahali. Watching folks like Mahali work can teach you a lot about technique, especially as they interrupt so often. Yeah, I guess. Again, no, don't look for me for technique. Good Lord. I'm just... The way I do art is I poke at it with sticks until it looks like artwork. My technique is awful. Doing so much art, constantly keeping him from doing art. How fun. It's the push and pull that keeps me... keeps me on my toes. Have burnout and art block for the whole year of 2025, 100%. Back in 2023, I was doing commission works, improvement pieces, and then I was also doing 2-hour daily studies as well. I burnt out something fierce. Brilliantly, I was shining with the light of 1,000 suns. I was a thing to marvel at, but the burnout was equally fierce on the other end. I don't recommend pushing yourself to that degree. It's just not worth the. It's not worth the harm that you do to your body. It's not worth the harm that you do to your energy, your sleep, your everything, your creativity. It's just you take such a tax on the back end. It's just not worth it. Not worth it at all. Did you miss it? Was I singing Misty Mountains? No. So the plan for Misty Mountains is I struggle to talk about things that are good. I am approaching 1,000 followers, which is kind of an insane milestone. So I kind of want to celebrate it in one way, shape, or form. And the shape or form that we're considering at the moment is reading the entirety of The Hobbit on stream. Not in one sitting. Good Lord, no. But I would sit down and read The Hobbit. And then would have like a community canvas where people listening could draw along if they wanted to in the background. Yeah, just as a fun way of just saying thank you. And then after that, I would take all of those streams and I'd edit them down into maybe a few videos. I'm not sure if I'd be able to edit it down into a single one, but I'd edit it down to a few videos as essentially like an audiobook version by Mahali of The Hobbit, whatever. Is the thought. I haven't looked into it yet. And Moonstone was talking about me potentially singing all of the different songs in the book, and I have agreed to sing Misty Mountains, but the other songs I'll give a red hot go, but I won't listen to the other renditions of those songs before each one, because otherwise it's like heckin' yonks. Burnout is horrible. Had last burnout from corporate work in 2016. Basically destroyed, couldn't get up from bed. Now you're dancing on the edge. On Friday, you said to your boss that you're done doing extra stuff and playing manager when managers aren't doing their job. Good. Good. Because it doesn't help them either if you burn out. Like, there's no positive. They get an extra bit of work from you, but then you're spent and you quit. Who started this poll? Excuse me? Billy? Yeah, good. No, you're good. You're good. The phantom polar bear. You're completely fine. You love that? Well, I'm thinking about it. I need to think about the logistics of it, what the limitations are, what I need to consider, that sort of thing, before I say, yes, this is absolutely what I'm doing. But that would be the intention. With my voice, I think it's absolutely fantastic idea. So hella relaxing. Good. That would be the... First of all, thank you. But second of all, that would be like the hope, is that it's something, I don't know, good to listen to. That way you get an unofficial audiobook from yours truly, but also I'll have an incentive to get through The Hobbit, because here's the thing with The Hobbit, I got to a scene where Tolkien had spent a good solid 3 pages describing a valley, and then they didn't even stop in it. They just kept going, and it wasn't relevant to anything, and it broke me. It destroyed my mental. I wasn't able to keep going after that. So having some sort of incentive like this would help me through the book, I think. You voted, but the timing of streams, might not be able to be here to actually draw. That's fair. Just watch the VOD and draw then. Yeah, there you go. Boom. And as I said, the intention would be to turn it into maybe like 2, 3, 4 condensed videos of me just reading the book. I'll chop out all the conversation and stuff. Didn't see a poll. The poll is still there. If you do refresh, it'll be up the top. Should have made it last longer. Oh no, is it? Oh, it's almost run out. It's not run out yet. On the one hand, I'm a little bit disappointed by the fact that I haven't finished this piece yet, like this particular image. But on the other hand, I didn't lie before when I said that my opinion on it kind of broke, where for some reason, I just kind of don't care anymore. I've become a nihilist. I don't care how long it's taking. I'm just kind of enjoying it. 50-50. anything from the book or themes of the chapter. And we've got a true 50-50 in it. Okay. What we might do, Billy, is if I decide on going ahead with it, we can do an actual long-lasting, maybe 24-hour poll in the Discord, just so that people have a bit more time to vote on it, and we can go ahead with like the true majority. Yeah. Yep. You remember you drew some D&D related back in 2020, a night with a subclass of pyromancy. Hey, cool. That's actually what got me started into streaming. Was we're technically over 5 hours now. I can stop this for a second. I drew little illustrations for my players. I started learning D&D back in 2021. And I would draw little scenes for them. So, for example, they like when they slayed a dragon, I drew like a little thing that they could see, like, oh, there's where the dragon had like crashed into a house, and this was one of the players here, with like one of the important NPCs and stuff. It was a good time. Let's go further back than this. Or are there? Little Babby Mahali, look at this. Oh, we've got semblance of texture there. Oh, it's gritty. Oh, something tragic has happened there where a tunnel has collapsed or something. Oh my goodness. We'll find the worst one. Here it is. Yes. Oh, good lord. Good lord, yes. That's probably a horse's butt. Oh. That's probably a horse's butt there. But yeah, no, I used to stream me doing these for my players. It was a good time. One of your struggles with art when you start getting close to the end. You should just chill, but instead you rush to the finish. Yeah. Yep. Happy draws a lot for D&D too. Has a whole homebrew world that you're obsessed with. Yeah, that was my whole thing. Was I went through and I could do what I want. Stream's over. I could do what I want. I'll find my maps around here somewhere. Maps, there we go. Location maps. Oh, this was the world of Lorthrem. Called Lorthrem because the northern continent was called Lor and the southern continent was called Threm, and the world was technically made up of two dead gods. It was a whole thing. It was a lot of fun. Highly recommend if you have sort of a hankering for a creative outlet, writing, visual, whatever. Making a D&D world is like the surefire way of being able to just explore everything, literally everything. We're done for today. 5-hour stream. Heckin' nailed it. See how I turn up, rock up tomorrow. We'll see if there are any sort of backlash, anything. But otherwise, funnily enough, the reason the knight learned the pyromancy because he lost a battle with some cultists at the burning counter. Hey, cool. Bit of a knock-on effect, bit of a domino fall. I'm a machine. Unstoppable. Can't stop me. I can transform into a truck, I suppose, is where I would have eventually gone with that. Transform and roll out. Had a great time tonight. Thanks. Of course. Thank you for hanging out. I hope everybody had fun. Yes. So those were the two things that I'm considering. I won't retread those. The other things to mention, two things. First thing, this coming Sunday, we have a Hearthside. Basically, that just means for the period of about 2 hours on a Sunday evening for me, I hang out in the Discord voice chat and just do art stuff and hang out and stuff. It's not streamed, anything like that. It's just chilling, doing art, snacking, having a good time. If you enjoy the idea of joining for something like that, I'll have the details up for that sometime tomorrow, including what it is, how to join, all that jazz. Second thing to mention is we are halfway through the month. We are halfway through the month of June. which means we're halfway through the art fair. If you get your piece in before the end of June, you'll get a little VIP badge next to your name, and we'll all have a look at your art piece together on stream at the start of July. It's a whole thing. If you want to look into the details for that, what the prompt is, how to join, all of that will be in the Discord in the monthly art fair section down at the bottom. Otherwise, thanks for hanging out, everyone. Have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Look after yourselves. See you soon. Bye. Oh, I've updated the quests. I've updated the quests. People do. Oh, look, it's Council's new counter quest. Oh my god.